But it's not a Voices of the Void finale. Oh, this guy. He didn't even get the stream game right. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable, man. It's not even Voices of the Void today, or tomorrow, or Thursday, or Friday. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over. When will the lies end? Damn it! Damn it all! Hey guys. What's up? Welcome to the stream today. How we doing? How's it going? I need to sneeze. I didn't have to sneeze all morning, but now I went live and now I have to sneeze? Pissing me off, man. Please do not lick the salt lamp. Please don't do that. Sneezing. Wow, that was so great. I really love sneezing. Wow. Wow. How we all doing? What's up? We're gonna start Phasmo in like less than 3 minutes. No stalling because we got two people who pretend to go to bed early, but they don't actually go to bed early at all. And now I know the truth. But it's true. Ah, I do have to, in fact, update. It didn't auto-update overnight. Oh, I did shut off my PC. Oh, I'm a little silly. It's fine. It's a 1 gigabyte update, which is surprising considering how big the update seemed to look. Corrupted Gauntlet. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ah, the update's done. Good job. I was trying to find a good property price guesser game last night as a channel I watch was playing an interesting one. They did houses in Denmark. My God, the prices. So what you're saying is Ghost the Dane is filthy rich. And you know, I always knew that. I always knew that. I wish. Would you still live in Denmark if you were filthy rich? Yes? Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. Now, is that because family and friends are there, or is there an actual reason? Do you just love Denmark that much? Chat, if you were filthy rich, would you live where you live right now? In like, the country? Or would you move? Enough money for the whole class, you say? Wow. Hey, sharing is caring. North Copenhagen. Copenhagen. One of those was beautiful that anywhere else would have been like 800k to 1.2 mil. That was 2.4 million. Jesus. Friends, family, love my country, and aside from the Nordic countries and a few Eastern countries, I would never think of moving to another country. Yeah, very fair. I don't... If I was filthy rich, where would I live? I mean, either Poland, Canada, New Zealand, or Norway. I don't know if that it would be in that order. Poland Prio for sure. Poland Prio for sure. If I were filthy rich, I would probably still be living in the house I live in, though I'd definitely do it up. Very fair, yeah. Never really wanted to live somewhere else, but if I was rich, I'd definitely be hitting the 90-day visa limits on a couple places. Some more travel than moving somewhere permanently. Would you guys have a vacation home in a different country? I have all the reason to want to move, being where I'm located, so... Yeah, you know how it is. I think Canada will be cool. Whoa! Astronomer Twitch drop! Whoa! Alright, we're gonna make a lobby. And then I'm gonna make my own freaking character. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the update of all time. And today's preferred language is... I'm not even looking, I have it blocked. Boom! Italian! Hardcore roleplay. VR required, microphone required. Canada, huh? I mean, I like the cold. Canada gets pretty cold. There's really no loss, aside from the fact that it's bordering the US, I guess. Ooh, yeah, I made my own custom difficulty, so I can get the achievement. Americans! Wait, how do I change my badge? How do I change my badge? How do I change my badge? Customization. Oh! Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. No. Can I zoom in? Thank you. He looks so goofy. Aw, fiddlesticks. Aw, fiddlesticks. What now? What is this? What the? Whoa. I have to buy these! Oh my god. Harry Potter. Zoom out. Oh! Can I change the color to like, you know, they don't got red? 10K? Post a damn code? I'm making my character. Alright? I have priorities. What if I just didn't want one of these? Can I just remove it? No, I have to have the jacket. Why can't I save? 5K for glasses? You will be blind. Is that a dog tag? What the? Okay. I mean, I need a different face. It's just not doing it for me. Hair. Dude, why they look creepy. Whoa. Oh, snap. But he's bald. I don't want to be bald. I mean, this is close. It's just... he's kind of scary. I wanted glasses. Oh, man. That's okay. Alright, a lot of the customization cost me all of my money. Whoa! Can you go down? It's kinda... okay. Whoa. Complete personal goal number 1 during the Cursed Hollow 2026. Yeah, I'll take my shirt that I got in from whatever. Nah, we're all about jeans. Oh, yeah. GHD, no! Harry Potter! Help. What is this? Oh. Oh. Oh! I'm never prestiging. You can't make me. Oh! That's me! Oh wait, you get these from prestiging? You get new shirts? God damn it. Participate in a Twitch drop for the player character update. Oh, you guys get a t-shirt if you watch. That's cool. That's cool. We need more hairstyles. This is a new update, I understand, so you know, we're still working our way towards all that. Alright. Let me drop the code. There's people in the lobby. So is there any, like, event happening? What's going on here? Classic or events guide. Okay, well, we don't have any of these going on right now. Cool. Ugh! Just stop breathing. What events am I missing? Yo, what the? Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you, man?
Hello? Oh my god.
Test. Hello?
Hello.
Who are you supposed to be?
Alright, let me get rid of the cap so I'm not a beard bald anymore.
Well, that was the most fitting part.
Bald.
I'm bald?
Yeah.
I need a VR chat mirror in here.
Did you take out the book yet, Koyo?
The book?
Yeah.
I have a book. Now what?
Yeah, but you see the hands. And actually you see the animation. Like,
whoa.
Put it away and look. Yeah, look at me.
Dude, you're really good at opening and closing books.
Talkie button.
Ah, what the?
Why do we all look the same?
We don't.
You have the same jacket.
Well, no, your jacket is yellow.
Whoa.
Hello.
No, yours and Roses. Hello.
Hello. Hi. How are you? Whoa, it's so dark. Why is it so dark? Let's make some changes here.
I think I need to be the bald guy. It just makes the most sense. Oh my god, he looks so old and sad. You're right, you just bald when you have like, a hat on.
Yeah. Your front hair goes.
What the hell?
What the hell? Hi, Ty.
Hello.
No, you know, this one just makes the most sense.
So how do we customize?
Over
on
yonder.
The screen. You click on that and then on the top. On the left, the bottom one.
Actually? I'm looking the way, I just realized.
Let's wait in the queue.
No, you can go to it. Just go up and press left click.
Naruhodo.
I'm down 5k for that. 5K!
Iron down. Oh, customize. There we go. What?
We've almost got every single item though, and then we're
Beware
good.
some of the stuff you need to buy.
And then we're
And
good.
it doesn't tell you you have to, but on the right side, when there's like a triangle at the save thing, you can't. You need to buy one of the items.
I love hoodie.
Oh my god, the hat just clipping through his head. No! No! Why do I have female breath sounds? I'm his girl? Wait, these are the weeklies. Give me the dailies. Discover the ghost type. Play with another investigator. Get a ghost to walk through salt. Play contracts. Contracts? Just three? Just three ghost hunts?
I mean, I already have all the ones I had earlier, like before. I don't see any ones that, like, I don't see any animated ones.
That's what I'm saying. It's like they used to be animated, but now they're not.
Why would I put a ring for ghost hunting?
Maybe they're currently not in the game for some reason.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey,
What the hell, man?
what the hell, man?
Damn.
Okay, look.
That might be me.
Ty is balding so badly that his cap is going
Yeah, I
bald.
saw that. I saw that.
What the heck is that?
Oh my god, you look like Todd Howard.
Oh my god, you
Look
actually
like
do
who?
look like Todd Howard. Yeah.
It was not intentional.
Can you please
That's
just
great,
release the
though.
next Elder Scrolls, please? I've been waiting for years
that's
now.
about 6, please.
Come on, please.
They actually did release the next.
I'll think
well,
about
not
it.
the next Elder Scrolls, but they released Skyrim again.
They did. They
Go
did
ahead.
release
Like in the
Skyrim.
past week.
They also there was
Go
just
ahead.
memes that they remade like the trailer. They remastered their newest trailer for the Elder Scrolls game.
It is the 15-year anniversary this year, so...
Tayo,
Maybe an
hat's not
anniversary
sitting on
edition
your
too?
head Properly. It ain't clipping properly.
Just see... what-
Oh god!
It looks interesting.
It's the free run meme. Hey, maybe.
What are you wearing?
Please, Todd Howard, I beg you.
I don't know. I got it for the Halloween event or something.
I shall work on it in the Matrix.
Thank you, Todd Howard.
Thank you.
Oh.
I can't believe they put Todd Howard in this game.
It's crazy, man.
Yes. Crazy, crazy.
Toddothy Howardy.
Easy. How do you like the book
Hello,
opening
Mikey
animation?
Matters. Hello, how are you? It's cool. But we're so stiff. I can't get over how stiff we look.
I don't
Why
breathe,
is-
so, you know, my body doesn't move.
I like the little light on the top. I do like the
Yeah.
little light on the top.
That makes sense. When we're in the
Also-
dark house, we still need to reach.
True.
Also, why do we walk like we've been horse riding for the whole of our life and we just got on the ground? The crouching is nice though.
Wait, is the thing still here?
There we see the body.
Can you break your spine?
The thing.
No! No!
You, can
You
snap
break your neck,
though.
you break your neck, yeah.
That doesn't
Yeah,
count.
that's too high.
Oh
That's
jeez!
too
Oh
high.
my god! Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
That was a
god!
crazy one.
I can see the stars, mother.
Oh god!
Your neck is terrible. Whoa, animation. Augmented physics not added here.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
That shit's
my
crazy.
neck should not go that high.
That shit's crazy,
My
man.
neck should go that back.
Oh.
I can see right up to the sky.
We're
That is
God.
terrible. Oh, the diner.
going to the diner. It's nearly worse.
Let's go to the diner.
Everyone has the same jacket. It's so funny. I like your T-shirt.
Thank you.
Good job, Todd
Your
Howard.
looks cool too.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I love... What's that in my hand? Oh, it's my book.
There we go. I have a different jacket now.
Dude, nice jacket, man.
Thanks, bro.
You look like a drug
Oh.
dealer.
You look a bit like Never mind.
What?
He looks like he's about to sell me
do you
something.
mean?
No, I thought you maybe looked a bit like the guy from Binging with Babish, but
He has one of the dead notebooks. I know. He's got the dead notebook. What? I got here before you guys. Damn.
Oh, what?
Oh, look. His hand animation is weird.
What in the heck?
Oh my! If you hold right click, you put your like. You have a watch like in Green Heroes.
Yeah.
I not only that, I apparently can use my two hands now.
Oh
One
my
hand
god,
will have a
your
book. One hand will have a book and
I
the other
know
one
Hey,
will
that
have...
your wrist don't look too good.
It kind
Are you
of...
sure you should hold it like that?
It hurts.
Yeah, the wrist.
I feel like...
No, the wrist is down.
Oh, God.
Oh no, I dislocated my wrist.
Wait, how do I put a flashlight away?
You don't. You're dual-wielding.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can dual wield now. Just like VR.
Oh, let's go.
Wait, where's my? How much stuff can I carry?
Oh my god, this is actually like a different POV too. I can't.
I can only carry two stuff. This was your flashlight though.
You look so funny like this video. Look at
Oh
this
my
guy.
god, the EMF reader is so far away from my face.
Interesting. Why is it raining? Whoa.
Rain.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, I can put it on. Nice.
Wait, how do I-
Bad animation.
It is kind of funny that you still have to wield the flashlight to turn it off and on.
Okay, open the door.
No, you don't.
Wait, how?
What is your name?
Press R.
Where are you?
R?
Yeah.
That's not...
Am I supposed to say something?
Maybe I've binded it.
Oh, we're dead.
No, it's working. Where are you?
What in the hell? It's not hunting.
Well, what's going on then? Close the event that early?
That was crazy.
Oh, it said something.
It said something?
What did it say? Something. I thought it hit the.
Oh. Fambo.
I thought I hit the ghost.
Oh, I have music playing. What's wrong with me?
This girl is so active. My god. The point of view feels weird. Is it sort of?
The perspective is a little, like, off-putting at the moment, but yeah. Yeah. I think it's in the main room, by the way. Like this, the opening, the entrance.
That's what I was thinking, because my breath was already showing when we showed up.
This is really odd because it's kind of, like, it's the lowest temperature, but...
I can't hear Rose.
Hello, Rose? Hello, Rose?
God, it's a new feature, the ghost out of her mouth.
Oh my god, she got muted by the ghost? Hold on, I hear a door opening. Or creaking. Okay, the coldest place is the hallway. By the bathrooms.
Bone in the kitchen door.
Dude, you sound- everything is so weird because Juvie sounds completely different. Is this just me?
How do I sound bad?
Like, better, but... It's off-putting.
What do you mean?
I have to get used to it. This is not normal Juvie sound. What's up, Shirkwan? Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the stream together.
Where's the room? Did you find it?
I think it's the hallway with the bathrooms.
Oh my god. You're holding your arm up when.
Are we dead? Jimmy, no!
Oh my god!
Oh, shit. Jimmy's freaking dead!
Oh,
Sweet baby Jesus Christ!
where'd he die?
Bathroom. He's dying. There's like a new animation for it. What the? Am I holding this for you? Just curious.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like down by your side. If you are.
How odd. Hello? You have your microphone is maybe it's changed or you're muted. Press the V button. I'm gonna create the stream together. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Stretch your V muscle. That doesn't sound good. Never mind. That doesn't sound good at all. How old are you? How old are you? You know, I don't even know if the ghost actually came from here. How do I turn off the light? Now, it's a very good point. Where's the light here? Stop dropping stuff! Ah! Oh, she-balls.
Hey guys, good luck. It's hunting.
Ah! Oh, she-balls! Hey, you can hear me? Follow me. Hello? Hey. Hello? Hello? Wait, what the? Oh my god, I'm... Wow. Very nice eyes, dude. I need more coffee. I'm taking my swig. I can't hear you, man. If you're talking to me, I can't even hear you. Can you hear me? What the hell? Why? I don't want you to hear me. Hello? Press your V muscle. Stop. With your eyeballs, man. Hello? Stop. It's so scuffed. Dude, your eyes are flying out of your head, man. What's going on here? This shit's crazy. Damn, this is what happens when we die? This is totally radical, dude. Oh god! Wait. Wow, dude, your tongue is very clean. You're really taking good care of it. Nice, good job. Ah, dude, I see your uvula. How new is this actually? Like, no joke, like 12 a.m. like today. Like, it's new from today. I can't hear anybody. Wait, what if we can't communicate anymore? Wait, no, but Jivi hears me. Oh. No, I don't think they would do that. I wasn't sure. Jesus Christ, this is a... Bro's tossing everything around. What? Okay, goodbye. No, it's a new update. It was focused on all the character stuff, so maybe something just happened with the VoIP when you die now, and it like breaks the audio for a little bit. Or I guess until you get to the next stage. Huh. I wonder if they have any information. Do you have any information?
Wow.
Yeah, not a single, like, piece of evidence?
I already dropped 20% off that.
Well, I didn't even get a chance to check the temps. Whoa. Yo, look at my journal. Yo, you see this? Wait. Yo, check it out, man. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it's like future tech, you know? Yeah, no big deal or anything, but... Wow. You're a very good dancer. I can't look at these stupid eyeballs. It kind of looks like he's in VR sometimes when he's grabbing at stuff.
I have been speaking.
Oh no. Oh, clear comms, dude. Clear comms. Clear comms. I said we rush B. What do you... Hey, excuse me. I'm gonna have to charge you. Here you go. Please. Yeah. Thank you. What's up, Lugs? Yeah, this game's getting updates. I like the events the most when they do little events for the game.
Okay, I'm gonna make the executive decision. Is not temperature.
Okay, not temperature. Do I believe him? No, but I'm just gonna say no. No, not temperature. Crazy how we both died. Your position's very peculiar, I gotta say. Why does it look like I'm about to...
Listen to me.
What?
Are you here? Hey, yo.
I think they're dead.
Goodbye.
Oh. Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, can you hear me? Great. Just great, dude. Shit's crazy. Can you hear him? Oh, can he hear you? We should all get VR and just like try these updates one day. Oh! Are we gonna wipe on our first hunt? I'm out. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. Wait. Which one's the ghost that you enter? It's like... I'm gonna say Thay. How do I vote? How do I evidence Thay? You know what I mean? It was active the moment we entered. Just make it. I think it might be the Thay. Why does he look like that? Why does everyone look so scared? Poor guys. Seen some shit. Oh, Bombo!
Obaka?
Obama! Hello?
Oh,
Hello.
Can everyone hear everyone?
what?
I can hear you. I can hear
Excellent.
Rose. I can hear Ty.
Now,
Excellent.
What's
so
going on?
I noticed it was something that triggered in the actual lobby, like in the mission, because
Oh,
I
really?
could hear everyone fine, and then I went back to the truck, and then suddenly no one was fucking talking.
Well, I could
I
still
don't
hear
know.
Koyo and Ty
Yeah.
the whole time.
I can't hear any of you guys. I couldn't hear nobody. I was stuck in silence.
Oh,
No,
really?
this
Yeah, that
sucks.
sucks.
Oh.
Yes, I couldn't hear anybody.
We couldn't hear you at all. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something to do
I
with like
was-
entering, because yeah, we heard you and then we entered the diner and it was just like,
Yeah. I
Nope.
still hear you guys in the truck. Because we were talking
That's
about the weird twist.
yeah.
It's always just not. It will not be every time now.
Yeah, these are the new models.
so.
I like the customization
I'm glad
element.
I didn't,
It just needs
I
more.
didn't buy any cosmetics because I lost a lot of money right now.
Oh dear.
Wait, I have
Good thing
5K. I
spent all
can.
my money.
Oh god,
Oh,
dude.
good thing you spent your money. Yeesh.
Damn.
The
And here I
ghost-
really thought it was
The
Obama
ghost
or
pushed the ghost.
Thay.
I thought it was a demon.
I thought Thay because we
That-
entered and it was
I
immediately
put
active.
Myling.
Ooh, yeah, Myling.
I was.
That ghost
I mean,
pushed
it
my
couldn't have
door
been a
closed.
say. We had no freezing and we had a UV light.
Oh, they've
Well-
already
Thay doesn't need freezing.
already
Yeah, but
listening to feedback.
we had UV Koyo.
Oh. Well, I didn't know that.
So, do you know how like
What
the
happened,
equipment's
Myling?
like kind of far from our face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said they're already fixing that.
Well, that's good.
Thank God. It's hard. I would like it closer to my nose.
Oh, I'm good. Your eyeballs are fixed. That's good.
Oh really? Maybe it was just the eyeballs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah, Juvi was dead, and
Hi,
he
hi,
just
How are you?
his eyeballs were popping out, and you look scared for your
Oh
life.
dear. That's scary.
Huh.
Hello.
I
I
didn't
actually have a
notice that.
screenshot. I'm gonna post it in the group chat. Look at this.
Holy shit.
Crazy, dude. Bro's on like roids or something.
We're trying out the newest updates.
Yo, what's up, Slime? Welcome in.
Uh,
All right, let's start. Let's go.
Speak.
Okay.
Speak.
Hello,
Speak.
hello.
Keep
I'm speaking, I'm
Talk
speaking.
about
Yeah,
the
see,
weather or something.
Let's do a voice check once we're inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, we go in the door and then we check before we go further.
Yeah.
Where's my... Oh, there's my crucifix.
Where's your socks? Book.
No, my crucifix.
Oh, wait,
Why can
somebody
I
took a
only
book.
carry 2 stingies? That sucks.
I don't know. Hello, Vinny. How are you, Vinny? How are you? Hope you're having an amazing
got-
day, Vinny. Son.
No.
What happened? What did you swallow?
Sorry, Mr. Goyo.
Pollen.
He's
Halloween?
already stuck.
Come.
Good morning.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah,
Hello.
I'm still
Yes,
hearing
I
you.
hear you.
Yeah, we
Guys, can you hear me?
You chat. Don't
I can hear you still. Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hear me?
me.
Juvie?
Come
Can you hear
on.
me?
Hello.
Hello.
I hear you.
Hello. We
Juvie?
can hear each other.
I do.
Is
Hey.
your name?
Yeah,
Why is
it's
this room
okay.
pink? It's a puzzle room. It's a granny's room. What
Oh, EMF
is your name?
F in here. I think.
Oh, it's an
From the
old
face,
lady.
so far
She
away.
didn't finish her puzzle, so
Oh,
she's in the
look, it's a
afterlife.
shower. What is your name?
She touched the toilet.
What
Oh.
is your favorite color? Do you like scary
Died
movies?
shitting. Oh no.
Scary
Oh, yeah,
toys
yeah,
you
yeah.
have.
Oh, more.
And you have
Oh my god, he's so active. He really needs to go to the toilet, guys.
Oh,
Nice.
God.
Nice, nice. Where are you? Where's your whole thingy?
Oh, that's the bathroom.
The bathroom?
Yeah, it's the bathroom here.
Hey!
What is
Hello,
it?
Do I
Tails!
still need the fucking
Hey, Tails, son!
store?
Hey,
I do it
Tails,
like
son, how are
me.
you? I sent
You
you a
guys
buddy.
hear a
You
very
should
annoying
go.
door?
Meow.
No.
I have like a very squeaky
Hi, sure,
door
come on,
noise that's
Splashy.
super loud. I'm
Meow!
running
No,
away
the ghosts don't want to talk to me. Hello, Lunaris. Hello. I believe you.
Lunaris.
Hello. No problem. Always appreciate. Phasmophobia.
How old are you? How old are you? Are you angry? Okay. Do you even want to talk to me? Where did you die? How did you die? Okay. Yeah, no, I just... Writing! Now what?
Nice.
Oh, and with the changes to the POV, it is
Oh my
fucking
God.
annoying as shit to play stuff.
It is a little rough. Gotta
It's
say.
still a squeaky for me. The squeaking is so loud. Please, ghost, make it stop. The door is like.
What?
It's not
It's me.
stopping.
Who's taking pictures?
Me?
Who's taking what? Pictures?
I took one picture. But I
Yeah.
know.
We need multiple perspectives. Who turned this
There.
off? We need this.
Okay. Step in the salt. Step in the salt. Where to right? Astronomy. Why is this vibrating? Why is the camera vibrating?
It's not vibrating on my screen.
It's
Better?
vibrating. Okay. Excuse me. Ghost, could you step in the salt? Must I put the salt over here? Up. Not the whole salt. Some of it. There you go. There's still some salt here. Do something. Anything. Step in the salt. Touch the window.
I'm turning
Touch
on
the
the
mirror.
lights.
Such a nice bathroom, but I would like not the tub. I don't want the tub. I like showers. May I use your spray?
How's it ghost
Can I steal
hunting?
your-
It's
Can I steal this? Ah, mine.
it's an
Mine.
interesting update.
Please.
Oh, it's stepped on the salt.
Friends! We got
Boom!
UV! UV! We have UV! 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 Oh, please!
It's going good.
Yes, sir.
Interesting update.
Yes, I like Marvel Rivals and I have mental strokes in that game. Big mental strokes.
Hello,
Oh,
how old are you?
it's so nice that you're... Oh, God, that's scary, Juvie. It's so nice the light shines onto your face. You know, like when I shine the torch on you, it's like scary.
No.
Scary. Was there an update?
Not played in a long time.
Yes.
Honestly,
Yes, there
it's
was
changed.
an update.
Yeah.
Can't be ghost ops.
Well, we got UV so far. What's the next one?
We got UV and wiring.
Here you go,
What's the
Mr.
next-
Juvie.
What?
It can be anything besides
Ah!
Thai City.
ghost ops. Can't be ghost ops.
I was sitting just now.
No.
Yes, you were. I saw. Can I sit here?
Okay. Freezing would be demon.
I hope it's not a
EMF would be
demon.
Mildling, Spirit Box, Poltergeist, and Dots Obambo.
Well, I
Hey,
haven't
drop-
seen any of those, and the temps are at 15.6.
That sounds good. Isn't that kind of warm?
Yeah, it is really warm, especially for a.
One of them, like in the diner, was like 20 degrees Celsius, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, it's kind of spicy in here.
Spicy? It's a spicy ghost?
You might be.
Spicy? I love
Ah!
spicy. Urgh.
No.
I think it was just an event.
That was scary.
Oh, you're dead. No, you're dead.
Bye.
No, you're just dead.
Nope. What can we survive?
No, you're just dead.
Because the door closed.
Goddamn Limbus Company, man.
No, no. Was it you inside the bathroom? Did you cough inside the bathroom?
I did cough.
Oh, okay. Then it was you. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. It's fine.
Just dance,
It's fine,
gonna be okay. Doodle, just dance.
That was
What?
like a nope indeed. Yep. Nope.
Why wouldn't they use a
Did
tripod?
the ghost turn on?
Let's come play Marvel with us.
No.
Marvel Bibles. But Mom, it's nice.
I guess it's not on a tripod.
Yo, we gotta get him to walk through salt 2 more times.
What?
But
There's more salt in that thing.
we get more.
I only used 2
I mean,
charges.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm shooting up. Ugh.
I'm gonna try. Oh, you said it can't be voice.
Woohoo!
Okay, we can't be.
What the?
What? Surely he'll walk through that, right?
Kind of.
I am the great Cornholio. I need TV for me banghole.
I haven't seen that reboot.
Oh.
Did I hear something squeaky?
Yeah, that was a toilet. I'm putting the spirit box in there.
That was my ass.
What?
Wait, what are we waiting for? EMF. Where's the
Mine throws a
EMF?
banana emote. Everybody,
Hold on.
all the regulars
Where
at least,
are
we've
you?
added a random emote for. At this
Where is
point.
the
Give us a sign.
That's a really good question.
Step through the salt again.
Oh, it's inside of the salt.
Oh.
Missing in action.
Three.
Oh, oh.
Touch the door.
Is Rose teleporting for anybody else?
Yeah, am I?
No. No.
Oh, fix now.
I mean,
What
she
the? What?
You teleported for a second for me.
Me?
Eh,
Yeah, you.
Oh. I guess
try
I'm in
stuck in the
DDoS.
wall.
Finally.
No, I'm not. Fuck you.
Oh, hey, he's in the wall. What's wrong with
us
me and
a
banana?
You are banana.
Yes, I am banana.
Yes.
Hey,
We
banana.
got 20 degrees, my god.
Yeah, it's too hot in here. What if we change rooms? I'm gonna look around.
I just keep touching the door.
Well, let me tell you. It's 7.2 degrees out here in the hallway.
Oh, it's in the hallway.
Nice.
Try to talk
Oh.
to it in the hallway.
Oh.
Alright.
In the
Yeah, I
hallway.
can hear that.
Okay. This
think more
hallway and this
sound.
room. This room. This room.
Which room?
Rob?
This
Rob?
one right here.
This
I'm
Rob?
hanging stuck in my book. I can't move. I can't undo my book. I'm stuck. Guys, can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh
I'm
dear.
stuck. I can't move my book.
Juby needs step bro help.
What is that
Why
noise?
can I do it for that?
What'd you do? Everyone's
Open the
teleporting. Am I
closet.
lagging?
No.
I'm getting DDoSed.
Stop, okay, so it's still working.
Which room is it?
The puzzle room, as well as the hallway, are both the same temp.
Okay.
The stream's not lagging though, is it? What is this?
Over there!
Oh.
boys.
Oh,
That's
she
what's
balls.
Oh no, that was it. We're out of... No. Yeah, we're out.
Ish, this ghost want to kill us.
It really does. And it doesn't want to give us our last evidence.
Yep.
I don't think it's a demon.
What? Why is this closed?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Oh my god,
probably the
dude.
bamboo, guys, because we have
It just
the
turned on.
nuts and the wrong thing.
It just turned on
Okay.
the fan.
A bombo again?
No, we had
Oh, hey.
yeah.
I got that recording. It just jump
What
scared.
did you record?
What the?
What did you get?
The fuck?
Hello?
I heard.
Yo, he be shitting for real.
Okay, bye, goodbye. Goodbye.
What just happened?
Bye.
Is it? Oh, it's
Hell no. What?
It
I
had
don't
to
know.
have.
That dude came out of the closet. Bumble, man.
Yeah, I would go with a bamboo.
I say Ubambo. 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 Okay. Where's Mr. Koyo?
Dead.
Did you just ask where's Koyo? That's
But
kind
I
of
mean,
Yeah.
is he still back in the house? Haunting, stealing their shoes or something?
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I died. It wasn't even close. It was a fatality. It was instant.
Button.
Was that even a hunt?
The up button.
Damn. It's like you were glitching on my screen. Oh,
Yeah, you too.
the house has lights and they're walking in with a torch.
This shit's crazy.
Yes. You know.
I'm gonna become a
lights
smoker.
away.
This
The lights are not on
In
from
this
the
society.
start. Could you give us a sign if you're ready to go, Bumbo?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, Bumbo.
Sure. Let me go get a way to sign.
Oh, that's a sign. Hey, you guys good?
Give us a sign. Yes, we're all good. But he stole the gnome too. The bro stole the gnome. We're checking out the new update. I give you shouty out, buddy. Shouty out.
Oh, Bombo!
It's
Oh
a
my
bumbo.
goodness!
Thermometer
How did
and
you-
salt unlocked. Pog.
Dude, huge get.
Oh.
How did you die? In all
I think he
honesty?
spawned inside me.
He spawned, like, if you looked at the graph, it was literally one tick of a hunt. And so you died of one.
That was crazy, man.
Wanna be right back. No problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Can you
it.
change prof?
Check
or
out the new
something?
update. It's it. Oh yeah, we can go through each other now. We're ghosts ourselves.
Yeah, we could always
Most
go
times-
to each other.
Dude, your most played location is the Meadows.
What?
Sunny Meadows. The
Hi.
Asylum is your most
yes.
played.
Let's
How
check
do you
it
know
out.
that? I mean, where do you see that?
Well,
Mine's Sunny Meadows restricted.
I knew
Which
it.
doesn't make sense.
Can you get to that? I don't see that
But-
page. Can you turn to it?
Which page?
We can look at each other's page. That's cool.
Oh, statistics. Most
No.
played is Tanglewood.
What? You're not. What page is this?
Statistics.
No.
Player statistics. I got it.
What do you have like the book from Harry Potter where like you can only see it if you drop ink?
Click on. Look, click
Sunny
on pause menu.
Meadows.
No. You.
His animation only shows ghost types.
Yeah. No, dude.
Oh.
Oh, he's turning.
Yeah,
He's turning
I
it.
guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, next page.
Cool.
Next page. Next page. Next
Yeah.
page.
I clicked. I missed the click. Okay.
You didn't even go next page.
Oh, I see. Can't click it on the pause menu.
This guy has his spirit checked off already. What the hell?
Yeah. Why spirit? What's going on with that? How'd you know that?
He's guessing.
I'm just a pro at the game.
Kinda sus.
Very sus.
Yeah. Next page, please. Okay. No. This page sucks. Yeah. Next. Yep. No. Next page. No. That's. We don't want to know the ghost page, man. Next page.
Next.
No, not cursed.
Payments? Now he's just sipping through everything.
Yeah, just keep going. Eventually, the page will show up. I'm sure. How did I see your statistics for one moment, and then it's like now we can't even get them anymore?
I don't know.
This is crazy.
By luck.
What do I vote
Maybe
for?
If I reopen the book.
Oh.
I mean, my statistic is not even Sunny Meadows.
I think it's
Sunny Meadows
mine.
is not in there.
Wait, can you see mine?
I mean, it's no.
Yeah, you can't see mine. It's Sunny Meadows for me, and most deaths is to a Yurei.
Yeah, mine is also Sunny
Oh, what
Meadows.
are my most deaths?
My most deaths are
Why
Yuri
do
as well.
Me. Hello.
Why your
Hi,
most? Why is your most played location Sunny Meadows? What?
I
the
don't
fuck?
know.
Yes, how are
I don't.
you?
I don't
You
know.
having an amazing day. Best
Mine
thank
is
you,
Tanglewood.
Marvel.
My most deaths are to Raiju.
Raiju.
I have gained $275,000.
Huh.
What?
Hey,
How much?
275,000.
tired?
I
Aw,
spent
you
more
should.
money than I've earned. Apparently, I've gained 160,000, but I've spent 174.
What? Okay.
Jimmy,
Yeah.
PhD is the name of my straightener.
No.
It
Okay.
means good hair day.
Well, this is Ghost Hunter Department.
Yeah, I still see GHD, which is my hair straightener.
That's funny.
Can't afford to sleep. What you mean you can't afford? You can't afford to sleep.
Why are
It's
you
free.
capturing media?
Dude, I don't even know what's
sorry, I ran
happening.
it up.
These stats are so strange.
La spirit box. La book.
La boo boo.
The boo boo?
Right back.
God damn it.
We're both cooked and need to
Oh God.
Hey, really? You actually had a GHD too? Really, Joe? Wait, how long was
GHD
your hair,
hair
Joe?
dryer. No, Joe's bald.
That's why I have short hair.
Juvi's also bald. Can confirm.
Bald. No.
Dude. Guys, am I cooked? Is it too late? Is it time?
Where are you? Give us a sign. What is your favorite
Also,
color?
what was why it's so dark, but I didn't turn on my flashlight.
Ich schlaufen, ut
You like
Fraus.
scary movies? Are
What?
you in here?
Oh, I like scary movies.
Scary movie.
Yeah, not like scary scary. I mean, scary movies also pretty good, but
Give us a
Yeah, I know the
sign.
movie is scary movie. I know it.
yeah, but no, I like scary movies.
Do you want
Oh, I
us to
thought
use
you
the
mean
video
scary
sign?
movie is the What's Up movie, right?
Yeah, the what's
Come on,
up?
trust me.
What's up?
Yeah, and the one where like they're stuck in the freezer and like the dude's like, please, we're gonna die in here.
I have a GHD straightener I've been using for 15 years now. Where
Can we
are
all
you?
hear
What
EMF in the room next to us?
about scary Juvies?
EMF in this room.
I think Juvies
Why is
like
the door glitchy?
quite scary.
Where
Oh yeah, this is a cold
are
room.
you? Give us a sign. Me.
Oh,
No one to talk. Hi,
No
Reaper-san.
talk.
Hello, Reaper-san.
did
How
you see
are
by the way how it looks, Koyo, when you put that thing up?
No, can you do that?
Reaper-san, I give you shouty-outies. Shouty. What?
Whoa!
Reaper-san.
Yeah, raise the roof, Mr. Juvie. Oh, it's writing.
Yeah. Wow, that's quick. It likes writing
Koyo,
stories.
I broke the thingy.
What?
Fighting.
We're out here.
Oh, it's floating. I don't know how you did that, but we're leaving it like that. What's
Well,
up?
it's already throwing a tantrum and throwing its tools.
Huh? Anyone else see this spirit box?
Yes,
Yeah.
I put it there.
You see it like in there?
It is in the table.
It is in the table.
What? It's on top of the table for me.
Ty?
No, it is very much not on the table.
What the heck views do you think?
What's going on here, Rose? Are you the ghost?
I don't know.
I think ghost is
I
the
see it go when
paranormal.
it's-
Some stuff.
The spirit box can kind of throw it back, not gonna lie.
It is gotta throw it back.
Gotta throw it back.
It seems I'm dead. I'm staying because it's tossing shit around. I'm kind of convinced already that it's gonna be a poltergeist.
Poltergeist?
Poltergeist.
Point of the watch when you can't even use it when you have a flashlight in your hand.
Got that video.
Huge.
That was a high effort one.
Oh, it also is throwing things. I think you're right. I think it is a poltergeist.
I think it's a poltergeist. It's also gonna get. It's about to be
so
freezing.
too.
Alive?
Define alive.
Not dead.
Freezing temperatures.
Crazy like my soul.
That's what I'm saying.
Freezing.
Radio killed the video star.
Throwing a tantrum, you're throwing its tools.
Can it even be a poltergeist anymore? I can't. Might be a
nice,
demon.
Got that on. Oh, nice.
Huge. Oh,
Can't be dots.
it cannot be dots.
Oh dear. What's the next thing, Juvie?
Can be EMF, UV, ghost orbs.
Spirit box, right?
We do need salt and a UV light.
Okay, let's go get. We die, we die. Call the company.
Put the lotion in the basket, or else it gets the hose again. Hmm.
Maybe ghost orbs? It can. But that's only if it's a revenant. I don't think it's ghost orbs.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
is that the last of... Hey, you know,
No, we got one more.
so... It's just, you know, like...
What? What's up?
Well, it's just...
What?
Not much, what about you?
Are you here? Are you there?
Yo, yo.
It might have left.
Salt.
Damn! Huge jerry can. This can probably fit like 200 liters.
Oh my god.
What was that?
The incense made me leg so hard.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your favorite sandwich?
Oh, that's a good question.
Put some more salt rolls. Put all over the room.
Gotta be a spicy
Okay.
Italian, you know what I'm talking about?
Excuse me. Sir, walk on the salt now. Sir, walk on the salt. Why you
Carried away by a moonlight shadow. Do you carry the flame?
Hey.
Stop breathing in my ears and go sip on the salt now.
What are we bloody
stuff.
missing? Like, bruv.
It wasn't answering me.
Was.
I'll do one more check for ghost orbs, but I don't think there are any.
I don't think it's a... Okay, well, that's actually the end of it. All two are dead.
Let's put more salt.
Oh, salt,
Oh,
salt,
it's in here.
It's
UV.
UV.
It's a...
It's a human.
Hey! Run! Run, Forrest, run!
I'm running.
I'm running! Get me out of here! What? Fuck you!
Every man for themselves!
Possibility of taking flu?
Hey guys, what took you so long? Jeez.
No.
Hey, I wonder. What took us
Wow.
so long?
You traitor.
Dude, look. There were 3 repeats because it just kept burning the crucifix.
It set the crucifix on fire! Fire!
It's burning it. Like on my side it says it's burning.
It set the
Burning.
crucifix on fire. The crucifix stopped an attack. It set the crucifix on fire. Fire!
But yeah, mine just says set the
This
crucifix on fire,
thing is
fire,
on
fire.
This evidence is on fire.
Wait, how does the shadow ghost not count? Man.
Man.
I don't know, man.
Fake clues, I think higher difficulties. We're only doing professional.
Alright.
Well,
Let's go.
demon. Yeah.
Let's go. It's a demon.
Demon.
We out of here, boy. We out of here.
Be out of here.
Out of here.
Carried away by a
demon.
moonlight shadow.
I like that song.
Pretty old too. I'm joining you, man. Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my.
What?
What?
You got the moss too?
Yeah.
Baby, how'd you get it?
Yeah, you should have it. You played Easter with us.
It was from the Easter event.
Oh, someone's at the door.
Who dat?
It's with the baseball caps for me.
No, I don't see it.
What?
I got on.
Oh.
It says. Oh wait, hold on. I have to unlock it apparently.
Unlock it.
Yeah?
I don't know. Apparently it's locked
Oh,
for me.
personal goal. But didn't we all get the personal goal done?
I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Thought we all had it.
Carried
it's
away
fine.
by a moonlight shadow. Don't bet you bought it,
Sorry.
no.
It's fine.
Denim jacket.
Can't see the past.
Juvie, we have the prestige now. There's t-shirts.
Oh my god. How do I look? This my color?
I think the yellow looked better. It was like more fitting to Ger Juvie.
It's more bright, more vibrant. Yeah.
Better?
Yep. I like we get jackets. It looks cool.
You guys are all like taller than me. Still
That's what it looks like, but
You're a girl?
everyone looks up.
Yeah, the upness.
Damn, nice tongue tie.
Whoa, yeah, pretty quality over there, huh?
What?
Oh my god, nice neck, man.
Hey man, how's it
Yeah.
going?
Like you're a hunchback.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh my god.
The
It looks so bad.
look down, Jimmy. Look down. Look down.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, the neck is wrong. The neck is
Yo.
wrong. You're not supposed. That's that's gonna hurt.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah, that's wrong. That's gonna hurt.
yeah, that's pretty crazy.
that's gonna hurt.
Yo,
That's
yo
the
guys.
neck though.
Yo guys.
We are very
man.
flexible. We are very flexible.
Alright, we're going now.
Very
Point hope.
flexible. Let's go.
Let's
Ready
go.
up. Can I ready up, please? Thank you. There we go.
Bro, why who I added that? What am I even asking that for? I added that stupid about.
What is that? You put Chewy? English? Spanglish?
Wait, you don't see that email?
Hieroglyphics?
Yeah, wait, what's up with that? You don't see the emote?
Nope.
Wait. Has Rose not had 7 TV this whole time?
Well, you don't see it in her channel, Koyo. Because she doesn't have this emote on her channel.
No, with share chat you should be able to see it. Right?
No, I don't see it. Like, I have 7TV, I also don't see it in her chat.
What the
Just
freak?
the letters.
Not sure, but I'm sure if I go to your chat, I can see it.
Damn.
Yeah, I can
it's,
see it in Koyo's chat, but I can't see it in yours.
it's a pretty good
I
emote.
just see the letter salad.
Imagine being a mobile viewer. Ah!
Someone post the German one. Someone post the weird like
What?
dog.
Get back. See? See? Oh, the splashing of the waves.
Let me poke the bell.
No, the dog. Post the dog. The German dog. The hell was the emote? I'm getting a headache. God damn it, I'm pissed. No, not Zug. No. Why am I getting a headache? It's pissing me off. Now I'm mad. Schlieffen.
Get moving, man, into the bathroom. Off with you.
Bathroom.
Yeah.
Is that the one? Man markt. Hey, Juvie, what does that mean? Hey, man. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, so what does man merkt Es kam an, aber dieser Hund denkt gerade über Sturzbetrug nach. Mean.
It means one might not notice it, but this dog is thinking about tax fraud.
That's great. That's actually really good.
Ghost writing.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, ghost
Stepped in
writing.
the salt already.
Where's my UV?
Ooh. We got the
Oh,
UV. Got a UV. There's UV.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it's a
Right.
poltergeist again.
Aw.
Even though it
What do you
was
mean
the
again?
Last time.
Obambo.
Oh, Bumbo?
That's
Obambo.
the EMF3.
A little bit of Obambo on my side. A little bit of Bombo all the
It can't be
time. A little
dots.
bit of
Did we
Bombo
check
is
for
all I
spirit?
see.
Oops.
No.
Yeah, spirit box in there. It's not talking to
Trying
me.
and there's none.
Oh my god, the way you hold the video camera.
What? What video camera?
Look,
Oh,
look
yeah,
at Ty,
him.
look at Ty.
Yeah, he's holding it
I
on
look
his chin.
normal. What are you guys talking about?
Did you see someone holding it?
I look perfectly fine. Oh, it just
look
threw
like
something.
you're home.
Did something.
Koya, what did you do to the bathroom door?
Nothing. What do you mean? It's right
I
there.
was glitching the heck out.
Hubba, hubba.
Hubba bubba.
EMF 4.
Yo, gabba gabba.
What's the EMF for?
Haha.
Ah, man, you're so funny. I love this guy. What are you doing to the bathroom door?
What the? Hello? How are you doing that?
Where's the shower?
How'd you do that?
the shower
Oh my
door.
god!
Oh my word!
Dude!
Flipping out! Flipping out! Okay, while you guys do that,
No ticket, no entry.
Mike Wazowski.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, how's the temperature?
It's at a whopping 1.0. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh my god.
Oh, that.
Hello?
What's your toes like? You guys have internet?
I
Hello?
didn't have any earlier.
Mine cut out when I was playing WoW earlier.
Dude, imagine playing
Damn.
World of Warcraft.
Mine I was playing Marvel Rivals.
I literally took it as a sign to go to bed.
No. No. That's fine, it's fine. How's the temp?
It's about
How's the temp?
2.9. I saw dots.
dots.
Yeah, dots. Oh, Bombo.
Really?
Dots.
Can't be dots.
It was. I literally saw dots.
It can't, with UV and freezing, it can't be dots.
I on God,
Wait,
I'm telling you.
We're not on freezing. I have the wrong evidence. I've my bad.
It was dots at some place.
I had the wrong. I put in freezing. My bad.
Oh,
This guy was gaslighting me, called me a schizo.
Yeah, well, I am just not smart today. Okay.
You're extra blonde in this angle. What's going on with that?
Huh?
Yeah, you guys see how
You are
like
blonde.
Damn.
very blonde, man.
Marika.
No.
What do you
No.
mean, no.
Oh, Bombo. We got Obambo.
Bumbo.
Obama.
Wow.
Oh, Bombo.
Oh my bumbo.
Oh, my Bumbo.
Yeah, Coco Jumbo, yeah. Yeah,
Hello.
yeah. Oh, Bombo,
Hello.
yeah.
I'm ready. Oh, Koyo, where are you holding the ball?
What do you mean? What?
Oh, newspaper clippings.
Yep. Heggy Seggy. Oh wait, where are you holding the Heggy Seggy? That looks so weird. Where am I holding it?
I can tell.
No, it's in your hand.
What?
I mean, the angle's weird from my perspective on myself, though. Wowie zowie.
Wowie.
Wowie.
Oh, wow.
Don't. What? Why is everything so bright here? It's so bright.
Right in here.
So bright.
Is it?
I feel like it's...
I think you're delusional.
Maybe it's just a placebo effect.
Maybe.
Hello there.
VHD, open up.
Where?
Hands up or
are
your hands
you?
get your hair gets straightened.
Whoa.
What is your name? What is your favorite color?
What's your favorite idea? Mine is being
What's
creative.
your favorite idea?
How do you get that idea? I try to do it creatively. When you look at this orange, tell me now, what do you see? It's just an ordinary orange. Maybe to you, but not to me.
Where are you? Give us a sign.
Dude, you just... Hey, toy! Toy!
Scary movies.
Hey, toy! Hey!
Like long walks on the beach.
What?
Eh?
There's a bone!
A bone. What type of bone is that?
I
Looks like a
don't know.
collarbone, maybe? Like, you know, a part
I
of it.
have no clue.
That is a weird bone.
Looks like someone made a whole chicken drum but made it into bone.
Mmm.
Indeed. Where are
Chicken.
you? I don't like mannequins.
Why
Give
not?
us a sign.
Twins.
It's not like they move at you.
Yay! They will one
Unless-
day.
Unless...
Where? Unless.
If they
Unless-
move while you were looking.
Where are you? Come on.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a ghost in that room.
Where are you? Give us a sign. Where are you? Give us a sign.
The hell you locked the door for?
What the? Why'd they lock the door?
Where are you?
This ghost is not.
I don't know. Where are you? Give us a sign. If you're not downstairs, then leave. Oh, you're stuck behind.
Oh,
Is it here?
I think it's here. I mean, I don't think it's 3 degrees here. 2.6. Downstairs, ladies and gents.
In a room. The container room? What?
Piano.
Piano.
You passed us.
Yeah.
Left of the entrance.
Oh, I see. Oh, taco, taco. Here, book.
Boogie
Can I
book.
go get some salt?
I'm going for another.
What the?
What?
What'd you play that for?
I didn't play shit.
That was Ghost?
So you want to guess it's Obambo again and just like get the fuck out of here?
do you have evidence that leads to Obambo already? Hey, it's Obambo, guys.
Walk in this. What?
What evidence do you have?
None.
The evidence for an Obambo.
Yeah, dude. It's all Obambo.
Ubambo. Appreciate you coming and saying hi.
Ubambo.
We're waiting time.
Obambo, Obambo.
Ubambo.
How cold is it now?
It's about 2.3 degrees in the Celsius scale. It is now 1.6 centigrade. It is now 2.5 centigrade. It's 2.7 centigrade. It's 2.9 centigrade. 2.0 centigrade.
I'm be right back.
Where are you going?
Alright.
Turning on the light. Lights
What?
up, big ol'.
What? Huh?
It turned on a lamp.
Oh. UV?
Yeah.
Is that normal?
Yep. It's just when the light switches on.
Okay. Oh, bro. Can you walk in the salt or something?
Oh. I just event, I think. Just an event. Come in. Okay, that was not an event.
Hello?
Okay, we got our first birding.
Hello? Anybody home?
Hello?
I have that entire thing on film, but because it was barely out of frame, it doesn't count.
Wait, what?
Spirit box.
Spirit
It's an
box.
elderly woman.
Spirit box. Spirit
elderly
box.
woman.
Spirit box.
It was shy. Oh, it's throwing stings.
Oh, the camera.
Mmm.
I have a lot of.
It's over there. It's over there.
You're not an elderly woman. You're a man.
It's got boobs. It's got
What?
boobs.
It does not.
Hey, everyone's got boobs or pubes or whatever you call it.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Hello, there was a crucifix. Are you kidding me?
Nope. Out of here.
Let me out! Hello? Is it over?
Yeah.
Well, now what?
Well, Percy, where's...
EMF 5.
It's also at a 10.
Sweet Mother Goose. What's their evidence?
It's at, I don't know. I heard EMF 5. Is that true?
Yes.
Juvie not alive. Juvie dead.
What happened to Juvie?
He must have died.
Why? What the hell? Who farted?
What's the next thing we're gonna do?
Hey!
Ty, what are you doing?
Hey, what are you doing?
Your body is... Am I seeing the same thing? How is Ty doing this?
Doing what?
Yeah, he's sliding. He's sliding for me.
No.
Plus, he's moving his chest a lot. Like he's moving.
Dude, what the freak? It can be all of these.
Got the parabolic microphone recording.
What are you throwing? Why?
It's throwing a tantrum.
What's this book? What the shit is going on? Hello?
Where's the salt? I want to see something.
Stop this. Frick this!
They died.
God damn, this graph is crazy. This is what view botting looks like.
Kentucky bluegrass.
What?
Oh, you said graph, not grass.
Dude, we're missing one. We're missing one, man. What do we do?
What are we missing?
I mean, it could still be any of these.
We have EMF 5. What else?
Spirit box. I thought someone said. Man. I don't think it's a spirit. I'm just crossing that out. The twins, I don't know, it spawns in the same place. Wraith, Gayu, and Diane. Now, the Diane, right, loses
These
strength
ghost
if people
orbs,
go... Oh, also that.
Which there are like fucking none.
The Diane gains strength to protect herself if people dance too close to her. Using protective equipment pushes the ghost to become enraged. Weakening equipment effects. What?
Wait, but seriously, who's out here fucking taking steroids nonstop? That was my first one. And there was only one left.
What are you throwing at? UV?
Oh, that's right. That's why I brought it.
Ghostwriting book? Dots? It's landing on dots. Is it dots? Throw over there if it's dots. You think it's dots? I haven't seen any dots. They're claiming it's dots. I don't know.
We have EMF 5, right?
Yeah. It'd be a wraith. Is there salt around there at all?
Yeah, there's a shit ton down.
But, like, did they step on it at all?
No, they did not.
It might be a wraith. Because they avoid salt. Fuck it. I said we just go. We say wraith and leave. Unless you want to go back.
Sure, we can say wraith.
Well, they seem confident in dots, and if they didn't step on the salt at all, then...
Yeah.
Alright. Ghost, hit the panel board if you're done. We're putting wraith. Excellent.
If it's wrong, it's their fault. I'll never
I agree.
forgive them.
Yeah, I would literally never forget them ever again. Oh my god.
I was so confident.
Dude. Can
was
you
so confident.
believe this, dude?
The gall of
Eh.
these two.
Why didn't they touch the
Galoo.
salt then? It went to the salt while hunting me. And it didn't touch the salt.
Okay, well, be right back while you guys talk it out somehow.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, you don't want to hear what I'm about to say to this guy. You really don't. Frankly, I'm disappointed.
I'm not Frank.
Usually, I'm disappointed.
I came to the same conclusion as you. I was so sure.
Yeah, it's just this is
Did not
unforgivable,
touch the salt.
and
I know.
you know, I just think that we can no longer have you play Phasma with us ever again.
No. No. Okay. Thank you
Yeah.
for having me.
Well, GG's, man. Yeah. All right, Chewy, you coming in? Yeah, we need a replacement now, so. Yeah. Sorry, Juvie we banned him forever from Phasmophobia, actually, so.
But why?
Yeah, well, so, he made a big mistake, and Ty and I agreed that we wouldn't forgive him if he made this mistake, so. Oh, hey, man.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up,
Welcome
Jimmy?
back. Dude, Chewy, what's up, man?
Yeah,
Hold
Chewy.
on. I have a
Oh,
headache.
Chewy.
It is
Yeah, Chewy.
growing on me and killing me. I'm gonna go take a pill, and then we can play more. Vote on a map.
I vote for this one.
I know.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. They didn't have any bed. Did I tell you that they didn't have any bedrolls? Yeah, they didn't have any, so I couldn't send you a picture.
I'm What did you
pretty
eat?
sad. And they have like next to they have like they sell like fresh meals, and I just took spaghetti bolognese with meatballs, which is pretty dumb because I have like pasta for the rest of the week with a tomato sauce basically with the lasagna.
I
So
see. You made the lasagna?
no, I'm making it tomorrow. I forgot to buy flour today for
What flour?
the bechamel sauce. You know, the white sauce with where you like the butter. I mean, you liquefy the butter and then put the flour in, and then the milk.
I see. I see.
So I thought I had flour at home from when I made the Oreo brownies, but I guess I used up all the. Wait, I didn't use flour. Did I use flour in there?
Do you use flour and brownie?
Mama said, the book from oddities, habba da boom, habba ooh, habba da ooh, habba da ba, habba da ba da ba, ba da ba da bum, habba bum.
Unlucky.
Yo, Snowblade.
Loading.
No, Blade.
Snow! Hi, Snow!
Mama said.
Hey,
This is foggy.
What the hell? Why would what is this flood? Yeah, what is that?
yeah.
It's a pillow.
I'm in pillow talking in my sleep.
I think we found a ghost.
Yes,
There's a ghost in here. Ghosts and stuff. Wow. Cool map right here. Good choice, guys.
Where are
Yeah.
you?
We put random.
Give us a sign. Where are you? There's a problem in your kitchen.
There's
It's
a
wreck.
there's a car in the kitchen.
I think it just needs
Where?
retiling.
Yeah, I agree.
Ugh. Tiling. Where are you? Your bathroom's leaking. Where are you?
Would you say your home was worse or better than this? While they did the tiling.
You know,
Where are you?
At least.
Give us a sign.
We have ghost orbs in the mechanics room.
Mechanics?
Where's this?
¿Dónde está?
By the kitchen. The pantry. Like, it used to be like a tool shed.
Oh yeah, EMF 4.
Yeah, I just can't agree with this. Yeah, the temperature's at 7.6, which just doesn't make sense. Boom.
I'll write in the book. I gotta get some salt.
I sell propane and propane accessories. Hello? Alright, there's a lot that just happened to me. I just saw dots, and I also saw ghostwriting. And quite frankly, I'm really scared.
Cool.
Who wants to place bets on Obambo?
It can't be EMF or freezing.
It's very active in here, I'm really scared.
Well, if you saw those two things, then we know what it is.
Obambo!
No.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, you had orbs.
Yeah, ghost orbs. Oh,
It's a
so
thing.
What do you
What'd you think?
I said it's a Diogen.
I'm out.
Hello.
No, I'm actually out of here. Had a high hopes for a lemon. Had a high hopes. Mama said.
If something like that came to me, I'd be, yeah, glitching out.
Tiny child
I'd be.
We gotta get an average sanity below 25%, but we also have to do 2 unique paranormal sounds with a sound recorder.
I have the sound recorder in my hand.
Hi, what you got,
It
Tequila?
deserves more views. Those rotten kids.
Put you banana brains.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Hey. Okay. Yeah. E.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so I saw dots while one was gone. Even though we already have it.
Am I doing anything? Yeah, humor going right body down.
press
Humor
right
going right body fall.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's over there. It's behind you.
It's so loud.
Humor
When I
going right
record
body
one
down,
sound.
humor.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Do 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 na be da da you know na.
Thank you for treating Minty Twan. Thank you.
I can't see when I have to record anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah. They're fixing it. They said, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're also fixing like player head stuff. I don't know. There was like a
This
list
thing-
of 4 things they're already fixing.
Excellent.
This is Saga. This
Woke
update
up
is
when
kind of
Minions
rough.
for the daycare is open, so we watch a movie. Ah, I see. How is the little minion?
Aw.
Sorry.
Ah!
Hey, I got the sounds. Oh, it's a child. It's in here. What's in
Ew.
the corner here?
Destroy the child.
Man. Eat this.
I stretched and I felt like Arbiter. You know that turtle meme that you post sometimes?
To recover or unique ones. Oh, unique. And those there.
A cornfield
It's a
reminds me of
duplicate.
Pleasant Hill. He's been good. He loves his daycare. Oh, I see. You love that. Eesh, very aggressive ghost.
You have a sound recorder.
That is a negative. Why is your mouth so wide open? Can you please relax?
What? What's this open?
Okay, you're really scaring me. I'm gonna
Oh
leave.
my god, I'm so good at this game.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave.
Crouch there. Crouch. Work the
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave actually.
Come back here.
Let's go.
I'm gonna get you.
Oh, Jesus Christ
I'm gonna
almighty.
get you.
Help! The crackheads are out.
Dang.
What the? Is that a rock?
What the?
That's a rock. That was a dead animal. I was gonna be pissed off. If it was a dead animal, I'd be really
detest
sad. dead human, that's
Dead
perfectly
animal.
fine. But a dead animal, I'd get pissed off. You know what I'm saying?
Her name is Kate Dyer. Do you think she would have lived if her name was Kate Aliver?
Her name is Noelle. I had a dream about her.
Kate Dyer.
I'm
Yeah, that one's a
sorry,
good
I
one.
wasn't there to protect you.
Object thrown, what the hell? Object thrown outside. How that shit make no sense?
I don't know.
Can you please close your mouth hole? What's going on here?
No.
Stop, it's weird. Why? Why is it
I like
wide
putting
open?
in my
Chickens there.
mouth.
What the hell is this? Ventriloquism shit, man. Is his mouth open for you or no?
No, it's not.
What is going on?
Thanks
Ah,
for leaving me alone
Jesus.
for the sound recording.
Did you get
Sorry.
it?
I did get it.
Hey, nice, man.
Why is he lying to us?
Bro, what
I'm dying.
the hell's going on here?
What are you talking
No,
about?
no.
This is insane. Look how
He's
stupid he
being really
looks.
What? Eggman!
Can I see what you see?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna post
I
this
need to see what
screenshot.
you see. I need to see this. Because I don't see it.
I'm posting in the group chat right now.
Hey, buddy.
I can't.
Alright, I put back for you guys what I saw of Goyo.
What the heck is going on here? What's with the mouth parted? What the heck?
Yeah.
This is crazy shit right
Are you
here.
seeing past the lips here?
I just don't.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
I don't know.
Your
I
tongue's
don't see
kinda
mine,
bottled.
Munchie.
I'm clicking the button. Everyone,
Okay.
stay.
Yeah, I got the agent. Wait, no, it's not a bumble.
It's stay. It's stay. It's stay. It's stay. It's stay. It's stay. It's stay.
Hey,
Hey, got it.
Are we crazy? Are we on drugs?
The agent.
Let's talk about they.
It's.
I got they.
what?
Wait.
Good.
Wait.
What do you mean?
What happened?
Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I got
Pause.
this.
What was the result for everybody? Because now I'm confused.
I got they.
they.
I got they.
It was a they.
I got
Everyone
they.
got Thay, right? Thay was the
I got
result.
they, right? Yeah,
Where
yeah.
where did you get Theogen?
No clue.
I don't
Well,
know. I'm
dog.
confused.
This one thought it was an Obambo, and this one thinks it
was Ghost, wasn't it?
Dude,
It was.
we had like a 3-minute discussion through radio comms.
I don't know. But I changed it to they very quickly. I changed it.
Ty and I were talking. I was like, "Oh, we got ghostwriting and dots like at the same second." I'm really scared. And Ty was like, "Oh, we know what it is." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, because
I was in the room with you guys.
It was through radio. It was through radio comms. He wasn't in the room either. I was alone."
I didn't.
This is getting out of hand. Do you two need help?
Do you need help?
It was Thay. I'm voting next.
Yes. Next. It's okay.
I need coffee. I need cigarettes.
You need cigarettes?
I need everything. Where are we right now? Oh god.
Maple.
No! Please, why?
We need a refresher. They need fresh air. They're losing it.
This is too much fresh air,
I'm
bro.
cooked today. I'm just cooked today.
Okay. Where are you?
I see trees of green, red roses too.
What is your favorite color?
That was a very
You like
floppy noise.
trees? Where are you? Give us a sign. Are you here? Give us a sign. Where are you? Give us a sign.
Bears in area.
Beer.
Give us a sign. Are you in here? Where?
Beer in here.
Beer in here.
Power's on if it matters. Thank you.
Hello, where are you? What is your name? What is your name? Hala.
Whoa.
Do you like him?
You know,
Where are you?
at the end of the day,
Yeah.
shapes come in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
Okay.
That's oh. Hello. What's up, Cheetah? Guys, I think I might have pinpointed it, but I'm not sure.
Where?
Where you passed to me, man, where it was like the tent, and it was like the white tent.
The white tent?
I mean, it was like not
Yeah,
a
it's a
tent, but
trash.
it was by the porta potty.
And the storage area.
Here?
Yeah,
Why?
here.
What did you find? Is it
Well,
cold?
the temps are way colder here than average by a lot.
Okay.
I was on radio.
I leave the book.
Could this
I'll
be
go
a
get it.
spot?
Okay.
I just don't know if this could be a spot.
I don't. No. I mean, why not?
Oh, dots.
Wait,
We
it
don't
just
know.
did some. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that was dots. That was dots.
I guess in that case.
Wow,
I
this
mean,
sucks.
I won't get the ghost anyway, even if we get it. So.
Me.
Ghost orbs.
Hello. Hi, hi.
Orbs.
Yes, orbs.
What's up, Rhyme? What are your hands doing? I don't know anymore.
Put my camera down, please.
I'm losing my mind today.
I know something. Or do you think they're actually gonna come back with stuff?
Yeah, they will. I mean, I don't know what more we need. Let me see.
Well, I can if it does that dots thing again, I can snap a picture. Get it?
Oh, I get it.
I nearly got it again. I should probably use the video camera because it's faster.
Hang with some friends a ton lately? Good. Good.
Hey.
Stirred salt.
Okay, no oops. Oh, oops!
There's the band.
It's a banshee.
Damn,
It's a
son.
banshee. Who's the target?
Well,
Not me.
it was, Ty and I were just here, and nothing was going on, so it was one of you two, I think.
I haven't seen anything so far.
I'm pretty sure it's me.
He can keep smoking. Hi. Goodbye. Thank you.
Yeah, kill him!
Kill him.
Oh!
Oh, I moved that.
Oh my
Moved the bear
goodness!
trap.
Oh my god.
What?
Is it functional? Oh!
Whoa.
Kind of reminds you of DBD, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Reverse
In the
bear
year
trap.
2026.
Oh, the woman's walking past.
What?
Walking slosh.
That's
The
Juvi's
ghost
character.
is walking. No, I saw dots. Unless Juvi's head
No, good.
became short.
Enjoy your time with your friends.
It is kind of small for his body.
Walking slosh.
Walking sloshy.
Walking.
Oh!
Oh, you can get a ghost video with dots. You capture dots.
We need
I'm
incest.
actually waiting for the objectives though, because no one is going to do the incense thing, right?
No, not really. I mean, we can just do the easy ones, sanity and video.
Okay. My god.
I could do video. Well, I mean, or you could. It doesn't really matter, but you were doing photos.
I was trying to get both.
You need me to do incense?
No. Fix it, Juvie.
Can't. I'm not a priest.
Oh, she's
Oh,
walking.
the ghost went into Guyo.
You are the target. It went straight for you.
Wimboop, wimboop,
I like that nobody moved for like a good minute there. That shit was crazy.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle. I can't believe I got that stuck into my head from Friends.
Yep.
That is not an EMF reading game. I'm gonna fucking crash out.
Don't cry.
That should count like as a photo of the ghost, right?
And you want some
What do
silicone?
you mean?
Injected into me.
What do you mean, Ty?
The dots ghost photo, that counts as a picture of the ghost, right?
Hey, banana brain.
I don't know. It counts as a video.
You can't close the old gate. You wish you could.
No.
You wish you could.
It, oh, capture a video.
Just
Oh, we're not
so
gonna
I
get
don't
that
mess
'cause we
up
have
again, it's
five
Banshee, right?
What?
I said just so I don't mess up again, it's Banshee, yeah?
Yeah, it is. It is a
Yep, it's
banshee.
banshee.
Yes.
Okay.
We just
Just,
don't
you
know
know,
who's the
cause
target.
I have a bad track record today. I don't know what's wrong with me today.
I have no idea. Hi, Vinny. Hi.
What's this notification
I'll
in
say
media? Oh, because we're like
I
voting to
want to
delete.
destroy evidence.
Well, that's if we want to capture more photos.
No,
Or
I mean,
videos or whatever.
do we want to go back? Not really, right?
Not
Not
really.
really.
I mean, the banshee just sucks.
I like my life.
I like my life.
It's my
Life
life, it's
is
now or
life.
never.
my
Live
life.
forever. Yeah, that's a good one too. That's a good one too.
It's my life. It's now
It's
or
my
never.
life.
Banshee.
I am gonna
Banshee.
live forever.
Dude, I don't know what they like put in Excedrin these days, but it's like super fast action. God damn. Oh, 500.
It would
go.
have been crazy if it wasn't. Wait, you got 500?
Well, I got level up bonus.
I got a new shirt.
Huge.
Hey.
Wait, what do you mean the new shirt? How'd you get a new shirt?
How did you get a new shirt?
What the fuck? Why is it like so bugged out?
Hey man, how'd you get a new shirt?
What? I'm
How'd you
just
get a
good
new-
at the game.
How'd you? Help! Help me.
Don't die.
Meow.
Don't die.
Something is very wrong.
You like my new shirt?
Oh,
Aw, nice
drop.
Oh,
shirt.
you got the drops. You got the freaking Twitch drops. This guy got freaking Twitch drops. My keyboard's scuffed. What the
Twitchy,
hell?
twitchy. Twitchy, twitchy.
My keyb.
twitchy.
Wait, how'd you get that? I didn't get that. I ain't getting no drops. What the hell?
I don't know.
25% progress.
Huh? How you did that?
But
How you done did that?
looking how much progress I have?
No, how'd you get 25%?
Well, because you guys are streaming Phasmo, I assume. And I'm watching.
Well... View details. I want to see my percentage.
Just get the drop, bro. It's like that easy.
Yeah, but like, you know, normally you can stream and just get it.
It's just
0%.
That's
I
what
can get a drop from my own stream. What? Alright. Anyways. I broke something. Alright. Random!
Why'd you break?
My
Random.
keyboard. Apparently. My keyboard's typing in all caps.
How?
It won't decapsulize.
Edgefield.
Oh, that's annoying.
It's okay. Slash me turns it off and turns it back on again.
Slash? Slash, slash?
It's fixed.
Slash. Slash.
Ooh, pretty house.
Hello.
Thanks, I made it myself.
Where are you? Can I watch your TV?
It's gonna be this room again.
You turn on the power,
Yeah,
you
it's
can.
this room again.
Where are you?
Power has been activated.
Bye.
Oh, thank you. I'm not going to the
Where?
basement.
Where are you? Give us a sign.
Hey, turn off that TV.
Turn it on, Rose. Yeah, Rose wanted to watch it.
Turn that TV off. Turn that TV off. Found the room, I think.
EMF 2 upstairs, green room.
Yeah, it's looking like EMF 2 upstairs, green room.
EMF 5, EMF 5.
EMF 5, guys.
Are you?
Dirty sink, everybody. Everybody, dirty sink in here. They turn on the radio.
Coming.
Yeah.
Oh, spirit box, guys.
Their box. Hey, here's a book. Write in it. What? Who closed the door?
Huh. This is the one goddamn map, huh? Freaking hates the dots. This will do just fine.
Whoa, so much light.
Yellow. What the fuck?
So funny. I did that, and Rose was like, "Hello, there's Growler."
You also confused me, to be honest. Because it doesn't actually sound like you.
Oh snap, is this an iFruit laptop right here? Oh man, I love iFruit. Anyone's scroll wheel feel kind of broken in this game? Like it's hard to swap items?
What's
Yeah.
it doing with the what's it doing with the laptop?
Good question. Stop that, man. It's expensive.
Yeah, don't touch the iFruit.
The eye fruit.
It's
Not
getting
iPad,
colder.
eye fruit.
Uh-oh. Not
Uh-oh.
touching, guys. In the doorways.
You're not touching guys? I mean... don't worry about
Not touching the salt.
Oh, bless you. Oh, +5 stamina.
Bless you.
The hell? When you fiddle with the door for some reason, it breaks the lighting in the bath. What is happening?
Seriously?
I'm convinced it's not ghost orbs.
Okay.
Twins? Possible twins?
Well,
What would Prince would need freezing?
what is this door noise? Stop. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Get a feeling that I never do. I miss that guy.
Yeah. Was that Avicii?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but the temps are just flying between 1.0 and like 3.1.
Oh. I would say race, but last time it cranked out with it.
Hello? It knocked. Someone want to check UVs here? On the window?
Nope.
Yeah, nothing.
Doesn't like the salt either.
Ooh. You're right. Unless it is twins. I'll check for other temps.
Oh, that's.
Alright, nice.
I do be a race this time.
Whoa! Alright. What are our side objectives?
What are you doing?
One's a
Further goes from the crucifix.
videos, so I'm not
Okay. We can, I mean, since we have the crucifix one, it might take a while anyway, so we might get videos in that time frame. Maybe we should all, I'm gonna go get a video camera as well.
I'm gonna go get some incense to annoy it.
Very good, very good.
Oh, did that count? I don't think it did.
What?
I had dots thing, but it didn't fill fully on the recording, so it didn't.
Classic.
妖魔鬼拜佛的手，妖魔鬼拜佛的手，妖魔鬼拜佛的手，妖魔鬼拜佛的手，妖魔鬼拜佛的手，妖魔鬼拜
She's
佛
speaking
的
in
手，
tongues.
妖魔鬼拜佛的手。
This is very, cultist.
There,
Yep.
there.
Gloria las plagas. Gloria.
Now you have to chant in Latin.
Gloria las plagas.
Knowing Spanish makes that game so much funnier than it actually is.
Got one! Woohoo! True. Even though I don't understand Spanish. I mean, I can understand what Gloria las plagas means, but...
True.
Yo quiero mañana. What is that noise?
Sorry.
I'm blaming Chewie. Oh, dots! Wow. Damn it, did you get that
What I
time?
mean, it's too fast.
It is. Frick. Hey! Keep it down out there! Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Hey! Dude, that stupid loud door.
Bill.
Bro, I'm gonna scratch my nose, and that's when it's gonna like.
That's exactly, dude. Like, I'm like.
Let's go.
Dude! That barely even counted as dots, man. That was two. Those a split. It wasn't even a second.
Oh,
I got that shit.
one.
Yeah, let's go. One more, one more, one more.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, yo, yo.
Nee.
Get on the bed. Can I get on the bed?
Blech.
No.
You can't.
You used to be able.
In VR, maybe.
Yeah, you used to be able to. I miss that.
What just happened?
What the fuck?
What do you mean?
No, because as Rose said, quick reminder to all chatters to hydrate and to take care of yourselves.
Don't record that one.
Frick.
Wait, why did
I got
they
that
get
one, though.
banned?
I don't know. Wait, they got banned?
They're over here. They're on the bed.
Well, we got that though.
Rose, did you mean to ban them?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Wait.
Viewer? They said best viewers, blah, blah, blah.
No, no, no.
Guys.
Sweet mother goose.
You banned because it's Rose.
Yes, they put spam stuff.
Okay.
They didn't though.
No. That's they come to chat and they're like, remember to hydrate and take care of yourself. They they're normal. They're normal chatter.
I'm so
Okay,
good at
that-
this
I vouch.
game,
I
bro.
vouch. Dude, yeah, I got one. I got that one too. At this point, we can just leave though. We got all the information. Oh wait, we got duplicates. Burned crucifix. Delete.
Oh, we can leave though.
Yeah, we can leave.
Okay,
Go,
let's
go, 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 go.
bye-bye.
Just got duked. Yeah.
Bye.
That was a mistake.
It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that. We did it!
See you.
Well done, chat. Oh,
Sorry
we didn't
about
do
that.
incest.
It happens.
While it's chasing someone, that's why it didn't count. I'm pretty sure Rose
Oh.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Freak that. We're not doing that. What's on the TV?
Oh no.
did that. Incense.
Fear not.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
We vouch, we know.
I'll just die.
No, I mean, you would probably live. You're a video gamer, you know?
And then you do it. You're a bigger video gamer than me.
No, I'm not a video game
So
anymore.
rude.
You are.
I'm petting you, even though my hand is somehow smaller than you. Look at the size of my hand. compared to-
Oh,
Damn.
little baby.
Wait, I'm trying to find a good good angle. There you go. I'm petting your neck. This is weird, actually. We're leaving.
That's very weird.
Yeah, that's all
Oh
right.
my god, it looks so dumb when you get close.
Like those oh my god, you know from Scary Movie, I think it was. Yeah, the guy with the small hand, the small baby hand.
Me?
Small baby
I'm clicking
hand.
it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Let's go, let's go.
What should we say? What
Someone
was
else?
last time?
What?
Why would you
Hello?
say that?
A lot.
Money, money.
All right, go random again. Cheese. The reward is cheese. Ah. Dead
That's
mouse
cheese.
reference. You guys like cheese?
I love cheese.
What's everyone's favorite cheese?
Cheddar.
Oh, yeah.
Cheddar.
My favorite
okay.
cheese.
Good cheese, good cheese.
For like overall or like specifically like
probably.
eating.
Ooh, if we get specific, there's so many like. All right, for a sandwich, what is your favorite cheese?
Nah,
Gouda.
cheddar.
You said cheddar,
I like cheddar cheese.
and you said
Gouda.
okay, and you
Gouda,
said
you would say it in English,
Gouda.
Oh, that's how you say it, man. Why are you laughing? That's how you actually say it.
Me.
No, bro, it's not from the USA. It's called Gouda.
Yeah, but it's still Gouda.
It's
Look,
also
man.
not called Porsche, it's called Porsche.
that is now that is actually true.
Well, that's what we
With
said.
Gouda as well. From the Netherlands.
I mean,
Okay, but
I've-
the Netherlands is like drunk English. Let's be real here. Like,
what is your sandwich cheese of choice?
American if it's just like eating a slice.
It,
But
Sam-
like, I'd
sandwich.
probably go with cheddar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for a sandwich, cheddar.
oh, I like pepper jack. I feel like no one ever says pepper jack.
Oh wait, I'm changing my answer. Kojak.
Ooh, yeah. What'd you say? Red Sox?
Yeah, Red Sox.
Well,
Next time we play, you know,
We're checking out the updates we
you will
missed.
confirm what it's called.
Hope you guys
Oh,
are doing
Gouda.
well.
Play Lisa Company.
I thought you were gonna be
Mr.
like, should I ask him what cheese he likes? I'm scared he's gonna say none.
No.
We all know
Oh
that.
yeah, Red Sox is going to say you can't eat hello.
Yeah, he's like, he's anti-cheese.
Says hi, and why?
Hi Taku. Hi
Hello,
Toy.
Taku. What cheese do you like on your sandwich?
If Taku's there, Taku, Winnie,
Also,
and
Zwei.
also Zwayu. What cheese do you like if you eat cheese?
Plastic cheese, mozzarella, or brie, and as just cheese to snack.
Cardi!
Soft cheese.
Hi, Cardi-chan.
Hello, Cardi.
I give you
Cardi.
Cardi.
Okay, what's your favorite cheese
Cardi
on
says-
sandwich?
Cardi is... I'll give this some time. Taku, I don't use different kinds of cheese much.
mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
Yes.
Taku likes mozzarella cheese. Yum yum. Mozzarella.
Monterey Jack. Ah, look at that. See?
Yeah, that's cool. I like cheddar cheese.
Anyone who says mozzarella is insane.
What?
Mozzarella.
Have you heard that?
I have heard that, but
No.
Well, that's because you're in New
Mozzarella?
York, so that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah, yeah.
Or did they combine
love-
mozzarella and mortadella or what?
No.
Blue cheese.
So
Oh yeah,
there's
that
mortadella.
sounds divine.
and then
Oh,
mozzarella.
on baked
And those are the
potatoes
two.
would be divine.
They don't
I
add
love
that.
that.
Hold on.
I love that.
Yeah,
Claiming it's not Italian.
Eh?
yeah. It
Is it
is.
testing?
Yes. Cheddar,
Ah, okay.
blue cheese.
Also, guys, if you need to raid and run, go and rest. No
No,
problem.
you can't
Else
leave.
can
You have
stay
to stay forever.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently I'm stuck here forever, guys.
Yeah, if
We're
you
doing
leave,
the
then you'll
episode.
like all cheese. Whenever you try to eat it, it disappears forever, and you won't have cheese ever again.
I got out my cheese disappeared. No, I love
Yeah.
my cheese.
I mean,
So you have to
Oh,
stay.
blue cheese
Blue
is a good
cheese is
choice.
black.
Oh, I like blue cheese.
Specifically, like dressing. Yeah.
Mmm, yes.
Nope, I like
Yes.
my feta cheese.
Yeah,
I like
feta
my
cheese.
feta cheese
I used to
with-
not be a big cheese guy,
I'm
but
not a fan.
isn't
I-
paneer also cheese roast? Or is it
Paneer,
not? Yeah.
kinda. It's kinda like cheese. But it's made from goat's milk.
Wait, so is it not cheese? I thought it was cheese.
kinda like cheese. Kinda. It's kinda.
The
It's
cheese is
texture
under
of
the
cheese.
sauce.
Sauce, bro.
I think as far as I use processed cheese.
Where's the cheese?
The plastic cheese. What? Blue
I mean,
cheese
yeah,
I
I'm not-
tried, I don't like
oh,
it. It's too
the wrong one.
funky.
I'm definitely not team plastic cheese, but I used to be anti-cheese, so things have changed.
Anti-cheese.
I don't know,
Dad,
I couldn't
did
get
ever
into
tell you
cheese.
how I used to order a cheeseburger
Cheese.
without the cheese.
Cheese
I
spread.
claimed there was a difference in
Parmesan. Yeah, Parmesan is good for pastas.
There's a
Oh
difference
yeah,
in
yeah,
what?
it's true. You know.
texture.
That's true.
Oh,
Oh, hold on.
I do like
Where are
Parmesan.
you? Give us
Of course, I
sign.
was like 7 at the time, so I was
What's
fucking
your
stupid.
favorite color?
But, like,
I like cheese. Have a habit of taking an Italian food and pronouncing it more to— oh, this might be the room. Check for orbs here.
Where are you?
Oh,
Give
EMF.
us a sign.
Okay, well,
Right here on
excellent.
the window.
What's your favorite wine?
Um,
Do you like wine? Do you like to wine and dine with cheese? Like wine? Wine and cheese?
Cardigan File, welcome
Okay.
in!
Nah. Wait. She just eat the bread. She put butter. Damn.
Okay.
Even though the modern Italians don't say it like that and practically never said it like that, I've become a cheese enthusiast. Cheese.
cheese.
Mmm, cheese.
Are we sure it's like here?
I mean, this is— I'm gonna check upstairs, but yeah, the temp immediately like spikes up. Boom, 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 boom,
no
boom,
ghost
boom,
orbs.
boom, boom. Damn, that do kind of suck when there's no orbs.
Dude, they made placing shit fucking annoying as hell now.
Yeah, this is a little— I mean, I get that it is a test, but I feel like they should push this out as like beta testing updates first before they push it out fully.
Also, because we now have the flashlights like in first person, they're not like from our coming out of our chest, and so it actually fucks with the lighting of the wand.
Yeah.
I love you.
Where's the EMF?
Yellow. Any evidence?
Wait.
No, but they did just toss a wine thing that you should go check. Yeah,
Where's the
this is-
EMF?
I don't know.
Should be on the ground. I dropped it here.
This shit is shitty
Where
angle.
are you? Oh, egg with the processed cheese, coconut jam.
I don't see the EMF anymore.
They get like tossed?
There's like something bugging into the ground here, but I don't know if it like
The
pushed on the EMF.
Oh, bread and
Oh,
honey.
right
Oh my
here.
head! Why, Mev? Why?
I love bread with honey.
Mev, you find me? Why? Hello, Mev, how are you?
Have you ever had
And I
fairy
sleep
bread?
over at Taco's place for— oh, I see.
I'm googling
No, I
that
feel like
because
that's way too much.
Did I put on honey?
sliced white bread spread with butter or margarine covered with
let you-
hundreds and
can-
thousands. Hell no, I'm good.
AKA sprinkles. Yeah.
I
Yeah, no, I'm
checked
good.
you
That's
out.
too much.
Oh.
By the way,
I don't like
almost done. I'm just trying
That's
to get
too
the
much shit,
controller
man.
hands to
That's
work.
like—
I need the controller hands to work.
Apparently, that's like a common thing.
I want.
It's apparently
in
big in New
I want
Zealand
the controller arms to work. If
and
not,
Australia.
try another plan.
I
Because it's
saw
bugging
that
me.
and I was like, that's just like
Bad.
people make fun
bad,
of like
boy.
American cereal, but that
No, that's just
not any
slop,
better.
dude.
Oh! It's up here.
Oh, I hear the EMF. Where is it?
That's why I'm saying
you
like
mean?
where's
No,
the
bleh.
EMF?
Where is it? Oh, the book was on the EMF.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Think if
Drop it, so I can-
I almost said 6. EMF 5.
EMF
Aim at
5?
6! They
Five?
literally broke the
EMF
barrier.
It's over 9,000.
Yeah. Do you have anything else?
That's no. I think that's all the info we got.
No, do we have no negative UV?
No,
Nope. 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 Nope.
I don't think it's
Hey,
UV at
Frank.
all.
Never had coconut jam before.
Okay, so no UV.
Where?
Oh my god, it was actually hunting! Where was this hunting?
It spawned right there.
Yeah, but there's a crucifix back here. The crucifix is right here!
What if it's what's the ghost that like doesn't care? Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense.
I don't think there's a ghost that doesn't care at all.
Well, the Galu, right? Like he sometimes.
Can it be the Gallo still? It can't be the Gallo.
I don't know.
If we have no UV. Do you guys know where she put the salt?
I don't know if she did at all.
Well, there was salt here, but
Salt.
I'm looking for the salt bottle. Because there should be 2 more salt.
Oh, hey, the crucifix burned.
Oh yes, thank you. Oh, it's empty.
Well, the
So
thing
I'm
is, already
getting some
it
more
stepped on salt and there was no UVs. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
I got a picture of it.
Did it just step on cheese or something? What was that? Hell yeah, with the
Oh,
big.
it stepped on salt here, but I'm not seeing any UV.
Okay, there's
I
probably no
don't-
UV.
Because UV's right there.
So it's not going to be a race.
Shake that thing, boy. How about that? Shake that thing. How about that? Hey,
I'm really confused why it hunted though. Makes no sense.
I'm good. I can fight back.
Okay. Why are we getting this wine spoon at us?
Fine wine and breathing.
Pour me clear wine.
Dude, how are we getting no other evidence?
I don't know. Where's the ghost box? Yeah. Let me ghost box a bit.
Let me pick
That was
up
nice.
things.
I might have dropped the ghost. Oh, there it is. Why am I?
We're so cooked.
Oh my god, we are so cooked, guys. Yeah, Ross, what do you want to tell me?
She's going upstairs, but
Stairs? Okay.
there's not.
But it spawned downstairs.
Is that the crucifix?
Right. I think Tyler Italy died.
He's dead?
I hear dying noises. Yeah, he's dead.
I say set up the camera somewhere and just go back to the thing and just look. Can it could maybe be like the ghost with the dots with the camera only?
That's always set down. And let me position it differently.
Like it's cold, but oh Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
What is happening?
This ghost is crazy.
Cheese. Oh.
Oh. Only EMF and no UV. Can be anything, man.
That's the problem. We'd have,
Even
we
if
have
we
no.
get dots now, it's like We still don't know what it will be. I will get a signal to get this thingy, but wait. Wait, oh, we should take. Yeah, take some pills, Goyo. I like how you eat the syringe.
Yeah, right? Mmm, yummy. Adrenaline. I don't think it's the twins. I just don't. What would the twins be?
No.
Spirit box. And
It can't be race, cause it's stepped into salt.
I don't think it's spirit. I don't think it's shade. Maybe Raiju. There's a lot of like tech.
Yeah.
I mean, I could go scan the entire place again, but I
think
don't.
we have to go in again.
I mean, we do,
And
but
take more plates.
what I mean is like it doesn't seem. All right. We'll take a second book. Oh, can I not? Can't take a second book. Fine.
I can take the book. What do you have?
Okay. I have my temps. What else should I bring? Maybe another camera with a tripod?
Oh, yeah. I'll bring a handheld one.
Let's go. Oh.
Oh.
Dude, these plates, man. What is going on down here? Everything's just bouncing around. Temp checking.
Where's our book? I mean, the one that was already here.
I feel like everything's just morphing through the ground right now, like...
Oh, it's here.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, it's empty.
What's that? Is it writing?
No. I mean, I don't know. No, writing is not written.
If we don't get anything, I'm just gonna say Raiju.
What is writing?
It's just
I would say
the
most likely thing we don't get is writing and dots. Is there a writing dots one? I don't know. There's no writing dots one.
Look, the picture of the ghost is so like... Oh, Jesus.
Lady ghost.
Look, here's the reason why. All the pictures of the ghost that are unique, translucent, and normal ghost, they're like super glitched.
Yeah.
What would Raiju be? What's the evidence for that?
Raidu.
EMF, ghost orb, and dots.
dots.
Oh, shit.
How cold is it?
Not cold enough. It's like 3. It was 3 degrees. Nah, I don't know if it could be a Raiju then. That's like the easiest things to spot.
Where did that ghost bird? Oh, there it is. Can you turn off the lights?
I mean, one more piece of evidence would be so fantastic.
Yeah, truly, I'm truly stumped. This ghost is not.
I kind of want to check. Nah. I was gonna say I could check the roof. I really don't think it's... twins. It doesn't go below 1.0. My audio was kind of bugging.
Man, this sucks. I don't know.
You know, and Oni makes sense too, because we're nearby and it's kind of more active. It wasn't exactly active when we left. I'm just theorizing,
Maybe.
but... I mean, I feel like it would be way more active. Right now, nothing's happening.
Right now. Oh.
Yeah. What would the Oni info be? Freezing and dots.
Freezing and dots. Let's try to put the dots on the other side of the room.
I literally just moved them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, not just, but...
I'm really sorry. I didn't know.
No,
Did
no,
you solve
it's fine. I'm gonna try this side of the room, because I haven't done this side yet. What the...
Come on, ghost.
Ghosts and stuff.
I mean, I would say it's shade, because it stopped doing stuff when we came in, but... Never mind. Are you hunting? No,
No.
you're not hunting.
It also
He
came from...
below us. I mean, she must have come from far away, cause...
I mean,
Is
this
it
is
twins?
20
No.
degrees. But I temperature checked this entire floor.
There's so much stuff just jumping around, man.
It's hunting.
Did you check the bathroom?
It's hunting.
Man, stop going out of here, man. Fuck. What are you doing?
It wasn't me!
What do you mean it wasn't you?
It's open.
I have no clue, man.
That was a very long hunt. Look at this. Jeez.
I'm going to guess the shade, but I have no idea, man. I have no idea.
It's really odd.
Even though shade is... I don't know, man. No, shade evidence is so... I really have no clue, man.
I'm gonna guess Oni, just because out of I don't think it's UV. I don't think it's orbs.
Oh. It's throwing so many items.
Also, I really
I'm
just
gonna
don't
go
know if it's
shade.
writing. The thing about freezing temps is it didn't hit them. It didn't do anything. What is this?
I don't know. Oh, you brought the camera with you. You
I
never
didn't.
place
I
the door?
didn't. I didn't. This is the one we left. I was like, what? This is the camera I brought.
Why didn't you place it down?
No, it's right here. Look.
Yeah, it's here, but why did you place it in the room?
This is the. Never mind.
Huh?
Never mind.
Oh wait. This is a movie. Wait, but I placed down 2 cameras as in the room, and you put one down. So why don't we have? One of the cameras disappeared.
What?
I think this is very bugged, man. Did you have 3 or 4 cameras?
No. You brought 2,
Yeah.
and I brought this one. Right?
Yeah, well, I only had 2 cameras in the room, like on the video side on my screen. Only when I picked this one here up did it become 4.
Wait, what the? Okay, that's kind of odd. That's kind of weird.
It is. I have no clue. I'm going to go shade and then I'm ready to go. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, guys, we're cooked. I'm going Oni. Honestly, good luck. It could be the twins.
Good luck.
There's not really an item to pick up nearby. But if you did pick one up, toss it at the... Okay, good. Alright, we're going.
Alright.
Good luck. I hope everyone just voted for a completely different ghost. What?
It's a Galoo.
What?
Wait, that means we had UV.
I saw no UV. I was dead.
It stepped in so much salt, man. And there was no.
I was dead.
Sorry.
I don't know.
I'm pissed. My day is ruined.
Unfortunate. But also didn't do any spirit boxing.
Prison. Time to go back to prison.
We're going to prison.
Oh boy.
I'm going to jail.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Call me Arbiter the way I be
For possible
screaming
sighting.
at the top of my lungs.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How do we get access to all of these cameras? You ever think about that?
It's a summoning circle.
What a beautiful day. You guys like waking up in the morning? Is that a thing you enjoy? If you do. God, no. Not a morning person. I think if I could do it consistently, I would probably enjoy it, but I'm just way more nocturnal, like everything... I'm more productive at night. I think the reason for that isn't because I like the night necessarily, and because it's quieter, like everyone's asleep. So I can focus on all my tasks. Which is why I would definitely be a nighttime streamer, generally speaking. But I just can't, because everyone's around. What goes around comes around, goes around, come back around. Yalla habibi eh.
What?
Yalla habibi habli.
What info?
I couldn't even tell you a time where I saw the ghosts and you were in these rooms. It's just not a thing. The real problem with these big maps is when 4 quadrants, or a room is split into 4 quadrants. And essentially, I don't know if it's intended, but like, only that portion of the room contains the ghost, rather than the full room. Especially, oh hello. Power's on.
Yo.
Especially these cells. Sometimes only one cell counts. And then it's cooked.
I do not think it's B block.
I'm not convinced it's A block either, but... You know, each cell could count. I heard something open. I don't know if it was above or not. But it was a door, not like a cell.
Never.
Hello?
Where are you?
I'm gonna check second floor above A block. Dude. These characters get so tired so fast. The lighting's kind of like piercing through the walls. I was really hoping it was this room because of the door, like, sound. Surely it's not here, right? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Does the balcony count as its own room? Hey! How's it going over there? Hey! Fine. See if I care. Nothing, you know, I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay.
I hear it. Okay, someone's dead.
Yeah, I hit side eye. I don't know where though.
I was yelling at him, that's why I said it on the radio. Because he ignored me downstairs, or he was downstairs and I was on the balcony. By the cafeteria.
Yeah, we saw him in the middle passage. Yeah, he could have died in a cafeteria. We'll go investigate. Ty is in front of the library.
I'm checking. I'm in the cafeteria, but the temperature's.
He's center control unit next to it. No clue where the ghost came from though. Not from B block, that's where we were.
Yo.
Hello. I don't think it's A block just because I temp checked, but
Then it might be the front lobby somewhere. It might. Did you check the front lobby, Koya?
I'm gonna check here. I checked the temps at front lobby, but what the?
It is the visitor's room.
Was that a hunt?
No. Oh.
Hello?
It's in the visitor's room. It was twitching in the corner.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. From 19 degrees to 2 is crazy.
Be right back.
Yep.
Yeah, eat some vegetables. If you haven't already.
Hello.
Take some pills.
Pills.
Yo. Yeah, we need pills.
Shoot him up. Oh snap. Damn, he got pretty far to get to Ty.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a fast ghost. Book. Spectacular timing on her ads. Although I think she does 30-minute intervals.
Okay, she was here in the corner.
Yeah.
What's that noise?
The salt bottle.
Is that riding? Oh, riding. We are riding.
Whoa.
That's nice. That was fun. That's good.
Limbus
I'm getting a video.
Jesus.
Yeah, one. What the fuck? Well, is there a video camera on the tripod?
No, I have it
I
in
don't see
my.
one.
I have it on me.
Okay.
I was just wondering if it's easy to spot. That noise.
Ross, can you pick up the salt bottle and throw it down again real quick? It's glitching out for me and I don't know where it is. Yeah.
Hello.
What's up, Octal?
Thank you.
Oh, that's Dots. Everyone opening their book.
Yep. Why must I throw it? You want to see
Just
something?
somewhere. It just like backed out. Was like making noise constantly. It stopped now. Thank you. Okay, so it's not freezing or EMF. Oh, it was UV.
Yippee!
Nice. What is it?
Okay, Obama. I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. Bye.
Why is it always Obambo, man?
I don't know.
This ghost loves us today. I guess it was just instant aggressive. What are the other tasks? Oh hell no. Help! Help!
I saw that. How was the ghost? How was the fire drill?
That was scary. That was real freaking
first
scary.
time Obambo today.
It's a lot of Obambo, man.
A bumbo, a bumbo.
A bumbo it, a bumbo it, a bumbo it.
Bumbo it, a 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 bumbo it, a
Ty,
bumbo
it's
it.
Obambo. Throw the little thing, the board when you're ready to go here.
Hit it.
Yay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please don't shank people.
Yay, a bumbo it, a bumbo it.
Excellent.
Yep.
I win mow it, I win mow it.
A bumbo it, a bumbo it, a bumbo it, a bumbo it, a bumbo it.
Any more tarot cards? I don't know what our weeklies looking like. Ooh, we need
Good?
quite a lot more. Complete challenge mode in Grafton Farmhouse.
It. Capture UV photos. Oh, the moon.
What's up?
These characters look kind of funny, man.
They have lore to them, which is kind of funny too.
Yeah, they all do be having lore. After being wrongfully accused, Vince has finally made it out of prison and is looking for a second chance at life. GHD was one of the few places to offer him one. Miraculously,
Eh?
his golden retriever personality survived life behind bars. But will it survive
Dude.
the paranormal?
Dude was in prison and was just like, oh boy! And the only place that would hire him is a ghost hunting agency that's thought of as a scam.
He's living the life, man. He really is.
Oh, apparently my guy's the leader of the group, Pog.
He's the leader of the bunch. They know him well. If he shoots ya, ow! That's gonna hurt. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. What the?
Wait. Real talk. How does Juvi's character have a braid? But none of the characters do.
Wait, you're right. Unless it's... No. Oh, no, they do. It's the third female. You just can't see
It
it.
does not show for me.
Wow. Richie.
Holy moly.
Hello.
I'm like,
Yo,
hey, what's
yo,
up?
yo.
Hello.
Yo, yo, yo. Where are we?
On.
I didn't reach. No, it's... I don't know
Damn,
how to
work it,
solve
bro.
code.
Do a flip.
I don't know how to
Flip.
solve code.
God damn.
Not sure. Where
Every time.
are you?
Damn, damn,
wants flip.
damn.
Where are you? Give us a sign. Even better, tell the ghost to do a flip. Hey, yo, ghost, do a flip, kid.
Yeah, ghost, do a radical flip.
Don't make fun of the Dane that way.
Whoa.
Both on.
If you don't say anything, I'm gonna rob your house. So take it.
Hey,
Whoa.
Ghost Orb.
Okay, this is the cold. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
It's the kitchen, guys.
Where?
Literally the first room.
You mean the living room? This ain't a
the ghost
kitchen.
orb was in the kitchen.
Oh.
This the dining room. Fucking whatever.
Where are you?
It's like a dining and living room all bunched up together. Oh, never mind.
It's here.
It has to be the dining room. It's this, yep, this specific area.
Okay, well I dropped
Which
this.
is funny because the ghost orb was over here. So like.
This does still
Right to
count.
this book.
The
No,
moment
it
you
was further
step
back.
in.
It was like right here. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then no.
But it is the dining room because there was another one. It's the small town girl.
Okay then.
That's spirit box.
Spear box.
This goes active, man.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll just speedrun getting this one up. Oh,
That's the only thing we have heard. Oh my god, it levitated a fork.
whoa. It's writing.
It's fighting.
It's a mare.
Oh, it's ghost writing.
It's a mare. It's a mare synchronos.
What? It's a mare? What
Yeah.
else we have?
Yeah, it's a mare.
Oh, Jesus Christ! It went inside you, man.
I saw her head poking out of my chest. Man,
Yo,
it's
chill.
so sick, dude.
Strangers.
Mares are nice.
Oh, wait.
Sick, yeah.
A mare.
It didn't do a flip. It's an old lady. How is she gonna do a flip, man?
I
Hey,
think
I'm taking a
spirit
car
box
magazine. It's
and
mine.
Ghost orbs,
Taking your
okay.
cat photos, okay? Mine.
Do we want to...
I mean, as long as we keep the light on, we'll be good.
escape the-
Oh. The ghost photo should be easy because they'll appear a lot, but
Oh, I think it needs night for, I mean, lights out for...
hold on. I'm gonna let me get a photo camera too. Its ghost joints are hurting? Yeah! You ain't never seen a ghost before? Like, they ain't as nimble as you think, man.
Man.
Yo, man.
Yo, man.
Two little pear margarita. Hey, look! It wrote in 2 books. Wrote in
Damn,
both the
this
books.
ghost is a writer.
One little, 2 little pear margarita.
And this Koyo is a lights turn offer.
Well, it's not gonna appear. As it's less likely to appear if it's bright light. You know, it's
Are
like
you
a
sure?
gremlin. Yeah, you see what it
No,
said
we're
there?
not talking to you.
Oh, and supposedly that's bugged at the moment as well.
What?
The spirit
Spirit box?
box, so I think we have to place it down. Like if you have it in your hand, it doesn't work or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw.
Oh.
It wasn't talking. Yeah, it wasn't talking in my hand. I had to put it down.
That's...
Where
Yo,
is
ma'am,
this?
can you come down here?
Just put the
Ma'am?
CD on.
Ma'am, do you want to watch TV, ma'am? Is
No.
it a ma'am? Nene Harris. Is Nene a female name? Oh, Nancy. My bad, I can't read.
Nancy Drew.
Are we?
Hey, Nancy, are you here? Can you show yourself?
Nancy just dropping things.
Nancy, can you please show yourself right here?
Look at this. Can you guys see my hand?
Limbus
Yeah.
Company.
Limbus Company. Yippee.
Yo. Yo.
Yo.
Yo.
Nancy.
Yo.
Nancy, I'm taking your favorite cup, okay?
Nancy, we're gonna start taking stuff like your plants.
Yep. Nancy, I'm taking anything that's a nail down. You can't stop me.
Wait, yo, you can turn this stuff off while it's on the.
Whoa.
I'm straight poking it.
Dude, stop that.
In
Nancy.
the dining room, just straight.
Nancy is perfectly fine with me stealing.
Ghosts.
Oh, hey, that's the other crucifix, Dad.
Oh.
Nancy! You're really pissing me off, Nancy. You're really pissing me off.
On fire again, cause the pyromania.
Anything?
Who the fuck has a cabinet with nothing in it?
Ah, the salt's not working for me now.
What?
Why? That's confusing. Hold on.
Where is she? Oh.
That's what you get.
Did you get a picture?
Well, my picture doesn't count. It's through a window.
No. He got one though. He got a ghost picture. He died. Yeah, it says ghost.
Oh, it doesn't say for me. I have a different picture in my 5th slot than him. A good thing.
Woohoo!
We needed a video.
What?
We needed a video of a ghost.
I'm so confused. This game is so buggy.
What happened was? Oh, she can't hear us, I think.
I can't hear anybody.
Hello.
I can't hear nobody. No.
If you can hear me right now, then
Yeah.
do jumping
Yeah.
jacks. If you think Juvi's cool,
I don't
stand
know what
up.
you guys are saying. It's like
Oh,
it's like
I'm
sitting in
so
a
sorry,
room
man.
silent.
That's fine.
If you think Ty deserved his death, stand completely still.
I
Yeah,
can hear them
that's
from the infinite void.
oof, that's crazy. If you think I'm like super
get
cool and
on.
awesome and
Yeah.
deserve $1 billion, don't move at all.
Enter chesting.
Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, I could really make use with $1 billion.
Wow.
Alright, I'm gonna click the button now.
Wow. How the hell does that work?
Oh hey, Rose, it's Mare. Also, Juvie said some really not nice things about you just now, so I'm really sorry about that.
Dream on, man.
Dream on, dream on, dream on.
There's so much voices happening in my ears. It's fixed. I can hear people.
Hello?
Wait, where's Ty? Why are we leave Ty?
Ty is dead.
Oh, it typed
He's
that.
dead.
Boom! And I knew it too. I was so sure about it. Whoa, that was scary.
Hello.
She just was like, hey, I'm not gonna move because Ty deserves to die. That's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, you see
What?
that? You saw that? That was crazy, man.
That's so toxic, man.
It's honestly, it's just crazy.
Toxic.
Baby.
Toxic. With the taste of my lips, I'm gonna you're toxic. Oh, you know, oh, it's the best Britney Spears song. Is there really a better Britney? If you can think of Britney Spears, what song?
I like.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
I guess. Or. I mean,
Interesting.
give me more covers, okay?
Give me,
Wasn't like
give
Baby
me.
One More Time, like straight up just like
Double twubble, double
top
double.
like 10 for like a year when it came out.
For more than a year.
Yeah, like that thing was massive.
Oh,
I
Andreas?
was 2 years old when that song came out.
That's crazy. Email my heart. Let's look at the Britney Spears hits. I'm curious. Womanizer, womanizer, oh, you're a womanizer. That's one.
Dream and Shout was also popular, but like less so because that was only a feature, if I recall. Or was it? Or was it the other way around?
Oh yeah, oops, I did it again. I play with your heart. Toxic is at almost 2 billion plays. I'm not even surprised. That one's a banger. Email my heart, you're just making stuff up.
Me.
Last one?
I'm guessing, I guess so.
And prepare accordingly for
Hi, funny guy.
investigation.
I just, you
Hello,
know,
how
I
are
always
you?
figured you didn't want to play games with me.
Hi.
Careful.
How are you?
Going in fast.
Hi, funny
It
guy.
do be a
Look at this
deletus.
party out. How are you?
I was
Wait, you're
new.
not Creo. You're Toy. Hi, Toy.
Why? Wow.
Wow.
That's fucked up, bro.
It's just, you know, to him, anyone that's East
First
Coast is like, they
Rose.
all look the same.
Well, I talked to
First
Creo.
Rose saying I deserve death. And then
No, I think Email My Heart is stupid. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I never really delved into her, like, not popular songs. I didn't care for Britney Spears that much, but... That's like one of those artists that you hear on the radio, or like your friends like her when they're super young. But I definitely had Toxic on like my MP3 player. That's like without a doubt. I think I have 2 Britney Spears songs in my absolute bangers of all time playlist, and that's Toxic and it might be One More Time. It might be. It might be. I know I have 2 in there, but I can't remember which one. Depending on my mood, I would skip basically all Britney Spears songs except for Toxic. I think Toxic just always hits. If I'm pissed off, the lyrics are fitting. If I'm just in a mood to vibe, the song's like instrumentals pretty good. That is the name. Doesn't sound familiar, but I'm sure if I listen to it, I'll be like, oh yeah. That one. Yeah, I'm not like...
Luigi is bugged, man.
What?
Luigi is bugged.
Luigi! I'm not like Anthony Fantano. Like I'm a music nerd, but he's like a music nerd. You know what I mean? I don't care about the super specifics. Especially when people are like, "Oh, you know, this artist composed this." Yeah, we're going to a level of care that I don't. Although I typically don't agree with most of Fantano's takes anyway, but... At least the newer takes. Yeah. Don't you open up the window. Don't you air out the antidote. We should start a podcast.
okay, Fusion TSK.
You feel like podcasts have kind of like changed over the years? Like drastically? I feel like they used to be more commentary or like something thematical. But now it's more like people sit around a table and just talk. I feel like that's not what podcasts used to be.
No, when podcasts first came out, it was like a set script almost,
Yeah.
where it's like we talk about X at this time, and then when we're done with that, we talk about Y.
Pause on.
Now it's just like straight up, just let's go rant about various problems in the world that may not be problems.
Yeah, I've been trying to find podcasts that aren't. I mean, I like the discussion ones for sure, but every music podcast that I try to look up was like, man, this pop music sucks now. You guys remember,
Yeah,
you know, when
it's-
Britney Spears released Toxic? That was the real time for pop music.
Yeah, it's like a weird point at this.
Yeah,
Especially like music, it's just the podcasts are now like a way for people to vent, I guess.
true. Any room finders? What's going on here?
Nope.
I'm gonna check this one right.
It's the high school, man.
Yeah, the Ouija board is fucked up, and when you try to place it down,
Water, right
it
side
literally
bathroom.
places it vertically.
Lights on, right side bathroom.
I freaking knew it.
Why didn't you find that earlier? There's also light on in the classroom here.
I don't feel that sentiment to pop music as much. Many people I watch now are too into pop music that I can't take them fully seriously.
Did he say first floor or second floor?
Wait, first floor or second floor?
First floor.
I mean, I really just don't care for like most opinions on music because
Give us a sign.
I just have such strong differing opinions compared to everyone else.
Photo camera.
Not in the sense of like,
There was also light
Oh,
on
my
this
opinion's
classroom
better.
over here next
But it's just
door,
like, we'll never agree.
over this.
there
Wait,
won't be a
could you
time where we'll. What?
The code here?
Yeah,
Because the classroom next door had also light on.
I mean, it's 3.6 here.
Oh yeah, we have EMF now here. We got EMF.
Classroom is 2.0. It's also cold here.
Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna check further into the bathroom, perhaps.
The EMF was in the classroom.
Okay, it's both of these rooms. I don't know if that could be twins.
Okay. You think twins right next door?
I don't know what the odds are.
Let's get some steps.
It's mossy.
Okay, he
in
found
this room,
orbs.
Very mossy. It's very mossy in this room.
For example, I'll have like a full-fledged freezing temperatures.
Where are you? Freezing.
I'll have like a full-on proper agreement with someone over
Ghost riding.
one artist. Oh, it's a Revenant.
Run, you fools.
Yeah, the hell are these events or these things. A great example. My friend, big fan of stuff like Bring Their Highs and whatnot.
Be super
Yo.
presto. Yo. do.
Yo,
Yo.
big hater of Sleep Token.
Booby.
I have friends who are jumbo huge fans of Porter, and I'm like, meh,
Wait here.
meh.
Nope, I'm not waiting. Bye-bye.
GG.
But then we'll agree on
GG.
Buddy on.
Goes on high school.
Please repeat your statement.
I can't believe you got the ghost on high school.
What do you mean? We always get the ghosts
I
in
mean,
high
we
school.
did it before.
We never get a ghost on high school. I always die here.
We did.
I mean,
Well, you
I always
died.
You
die.
died.
Yeah.
I always die here with Ty.
Well, I typically get the ghosts, so
Let's go.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Let's go.
You just don't know high schools. You just don't know them like that. Boom, Revenant.
Knock, knock.
I'm surprised it didn't hunt.
Worth it. Yeah, I didn't look at our stamina. I mean, on our sanity, but
The Ouija board being bugged makes sense on why the spirit box is as well.
Are we?
I think it's just like mic recordings in general are fucked.
Are we done? Are we running another one? What's going on? What's going on?
I have no idea.
Yeah, one more. One more.
one
Okay,
more.
okay.
I'm good on one more. Yep.
The grand finale.
Diner or something.
Ready?
Actually, yeah, you're right. Let's do. Yeah, let's do Dino. Let's do Dino.
Dine.
Dinah without voice scuff, please.
Hopefully.
Yes, please, no boys come.
Limbus Company.
Hello.
We are not available now. Please leave your name and number after the beep. We will return your call.
Hello, baby. You called, I can hear a thing.
Now, is that the
Hello.
best Lady Gaga song, or is it just, you know, top of the line?
It's good. I like it.
Which one?
Telephone, featuring Beyonce. Telephone.
That was Madonna?
Tarot cards. This game sucks.
Did I say Madonna or Lady Gaga?
You said Madonna.
Did I say Madonna?
No, Lady Gaga. Where are you?
What?
He
How
did
did
it,
I am
I
so drunk today without even drinking anything.
I don't know.
What?
You make me
I-
sick.
My brain is built. I'm so sorry for everything I did today.
You make me so sick.
Where are
Use it.
you? Give
Make
us
it day.
a
Oh,
sign.
I loved it.
Where is it? What the? Oh, kitchen moment?
Same spot every time.
You find the ghost?
I think it's kitchen. I heard something fall. Yeah, it's kitchen. It's kitchen. It's kitchen. No, that's not.
For a day.
Yeah. Yeah. Did it work?
EMF release.
I wish
Oh,
for
the voice.
daytime.
Hold
I think the
still.
voice thing.
Yeah,
That might
that's
be
true.
broken.
It's fucked.
Where? Where
man.
are you?
We can't even wish for day.
That's kind of cringe.
Yeah. So
Hey, bless you,
Oh,
man.
Not a wish.
Oh,
Eh?
Apparently it
Day to day.
is.
hey, it worked.
right click worked. I mean, you know, they're not talking. I think it's a voice issue.
Hi, Ashley Panda.
Is it in
Hi.
here?
Panda-chan.
It
Oh,
is.
writing.
Ghost writing. Ghost writing, right.
Ashley Panda-chan, how are you, sweetie? Hi, honey, how are you? Let's give you a
Panda,
shout
panda,
out.
panda. Like a bras in Atlanta.
Alright, kicking
Some of the
it
big pen. Credit cards and skinner. Double the bit of venom.
over. Okay.
Legacy. Venom.
We're doing some Phasmophobia.
It's not cold enough. I'm bringing stuff. Hey!
Hey, Jimmy.
Ghost orbs.
I don't believe you.
That's cool. I have video evidence, so it's
Amazing
fine.
day. If you guys need to raid and run, you can. Go rest if you have to. Or else you can come check out what we're doing.
Salt. Dude, Juvie, your sanity is dropping, like, a lot.
Damn.
I'm bringing double salt.
What is that? What is that thing?
What's plapping?
I am so confused now. Interesting. He did not even write in the book. Oh wait, he wrote the book.
Watch.
I see writing.
Yeah.
Hey,
You do
we
have
put the right
writing.
thing.
It
went
walked.
in the salt.
It walked on the salt.
Where?
Right here.
Where?
Here.
Oh, it walked on the
someone find
salt.
a
It
notebook?
walked.
Nope. Nothing. Nope. Nothing.
Oh,
Nope.
down.
Well,
Nothing.
judging
There's nothing.
from what we have, it wouldn't have been UV anyways.
Oh, it walked here as well.
Yeah, no, you.
Surely it's not a revenant again, right? Surely not.
We would have
Oh,
seen
it
it.
could be. Okay,
Guys, take a picture. Take a picture.
Hey, let me wash my face in here.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Bad idea.
Nope.
American sinks are already pretty bad as it is. It's gonna be freezing temps. It's going to be. Well, I'm betting.
Please don't.
I'm betting my dollar on it.
wait, do I have to go off?
0.5.
Oh, I didn't know we had to go up.
I told you 3 times.
I
Go
didn't, I wasn't. My god, my brain is not working today, okay? It can't be near. But are you weird? No.
Uh-oh.
I
What do you
missed
mean
it.
Hey guys. It's freezing
That's
temperatures.
a revenant?
Sure is.
I'm out of here. Goodbye. Have fun, guys.
Sure is.
Revenant? Okay.
Alright, what are our tasks at hand? Capture a photo, capture a video. Let me... do you have the video cam? Oh, it's here.
No, it's right. I tried to grab a picture, and the moment I snapped it,
Someone like...
weird.
Oh. Maybe someone like merged into you. Classic.
That nearly happened as well. Oh, the funny part about this, like, this lighting change is you can kind of, like, turn your flashlight off just by, like, standing there.
Oh, I guess I gotta be a little bit careful with the... How many things do we have? Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
It's writing. It's writing. Hi. Oh, don't you want to look for the ghost?
Hey,
We
time
can
to
put
piss
on the
off
lights.
Hey, don't shake that camera, man.
ghost. Hey,
wait, I could make the ghost appear, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Isn't it like
Ghost.
I wish for activity?
I wish to see the ghost, I wish for activity, or I wish to trap the ghost.
See the ghost.
Which
see
one?
the ghost. See the ghost. I think it hunts, but
Are you sure? I
You
don't.
better
I,
not hunt.
I think I wish for activity.
oh. Okay, I think I have the video. Let me look.
I hope so. I would like to run
Get
away.
Video, no photo.
What?
Ah, come on.
It even like checkmarked, man.
Okay, let me do
Why?
it then with activity. I didn't press it by the way yet, he just randomly appeared. Are you ready?
Yeah, go for it. Okay, it's hunting.
I turned off the lights. I mean, it turned off the radio.
Nope.
It's locked.
Where are you guys going?
Well, the door's
Destroyed
locked.
the
somewhere.
power.
Oh, the power's
power
fried.
has been-
Yeah, the power is completely gone because of that wish. This door's open.
I don't want to die. I
Ah,
don't
it's
want to
still
die.
open. Okay.
Hey,
What?
Thank you, freedom. Freedom, 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 freedom.
Why that's going? Oh, you went into it! Why
Oh
did you
my
run?
word!
I don't even understand. It's closed. Oh.
What? What's closed?
Well, the door was closed. I couldn't leave.
No, it's open for me.
What? It's
Well,
open for me. Oh, bye.
heroically.
Is it
It's,
heroic? The picture didn't even count. We're cooked.
We're cooked.
I'm going back.
What are we doing?
I wish to see the ghost. Okay, that's not. Goodbye! Save yourself! I think I got the video. Did I get it? Yes! I got the video! Let's go! My death was. Hello? Okay. Let's go!
Can we just put a camera
Video!
on the mother foozer?
I'm a
I already
god!
got the video as a problem. We would need a picture. So
Yeah.
we can't do it
Yeah, I
without being
ain't-
inside.
Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, I have chicken. Very big,
All
big
they do
chicken.
is give up.
I'm chicken.
That's just unbelievable. They just
I
give
am
up.
chicken. Big, big chicken.
That's
So
all they
super
do.
big chicken.
They just give up. Yeah. You know, I might have died. You know, I might have died, but I got the video, so. Yeah.
Worth it.
Nice job. And I got to witness you die from the
Yeah.
other side of the aisle.
I opened my journal in my death screen and it broke my entire perspective for like 30 seconds, but you know, it was pretty worth it. It was good. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You walk with your journal? Nope.
No.
Nice if you could walk with your journal.
No. What's this corner always here to hide in?
Was what?
Hide? Wow, all of us can fit in here.
No.
So many of us.
I don't think you could go in there before, could you?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried.
I can't fit. Got a shadow.
These are just small.
I'm squeezing.
Squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze.
Dude, bless you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man. All right, well, unless we're going again, I think it's over. I think it's
Yeah,
over.
it's
think
probably
so.
Jover.
Yeah, it's Jover.
It's over.
It's Jover forever.
Oh.
Not just temporarily. It's over forever. This is the end.
Next week is the Alan Wake event.
For Phasmo? Is it actually?
Yeah, yeah. It's
Oh.
May 12th.
See you guys next week then.
See you. Yippee! Are they actually going to be able to make it in time?
Damn, I don't know.
I'm back.
But
What?
Yo.
we were discussing
You know,
Yeah.
the next Phasmo.
Bug fixes and hot
session.
fixes.
Yes.
I mean, it'll
Yep,
probably
yep.
be included in that patch, I would assume.
I think they'll rush this one, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just
For
too.
sure.
It's a little crazy.
The
With
game
them
hasn't
already
been-
knowing like what the changes are, yeah.
Yeah. I think they'll just like toss this one tonight or something, and
When
then.
you look down to your feet and then turn around the camera.
Oh God! Ow!
My leg! My leg!
God!
Weird. Why is my leg weird? I'm crabbing. Why is
If
your
you do
leg
left and right, then your feet are going.
Why? Why is our leg like that. We're cramping.
Crouch
Our
and do it.
legs are
Your left leg just fucking snaps.
Oh God! Oh Jesus Christ!
OMG, I forgot you could see your legs.
Help! I don't feel too good about this right here.
Oh, I can see
my
the
legs
back
are
of
like
my
jelly.
heel.
I'm like the Mr. Fantastic in Marvel. I'm Mr.
It looks a little bit
Fantastic.
like a step dance thing, but with your feet breaking, you dance so
I
hard.
know.
You tapping so hard.
It's crazy out here.
We
River
can already
dance
see our leg. Hey,
2026.
Juvie, show your neck. Snap your neck. Snap your neck up.
Damn!
Look
What
at
a
this,
request!
Ashley. Snap your
Oh
neck.
God!
Look at that. That looks weird. That looks
Mr.
ever so
Goobert.
weird. Yes. God, that I don't know. They need to fix that. They need to say to like fix that. That is like weird. It is the customization's nice, but it's like fine. This is fun though. The customization is so cool.
Hey man.
Hey,
Really
what's up?
cool. With the piercings and everything.
It's
Oh,
down
God.
by-
Dude, nice blindfold.
Crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh my word, snap neck. Yo,
He
hoodie
got
is
the
going
blindfold,
into
this
your
guy.
eyes. He looks like Hichigata.
Oh,
not
God.
Hichigata, Gojo. He looks like Gojo.
No, no, please. Dude, you remind me of that old, like, the little, like, dwarf meme. You know the ones where it's, like, they run into the stores, and they're actually crouched, but they're, like, in a little, like, elf dwarf outfit. It's got a goblin where I can't remember what the meme was, but... Good times, that's a good meme.
Yep. Now
Alright,
we
well.
just look up.
I think it's GG's time.
GG, GHG,
GHG, HTML, HTML,
PhD.
C++, CSS.
C Sharp, HTML, Oracle, or anything? Java?
Java, not Java, please not Java, please not Java.
Not Java. SQL, Oracle,
Yeah,
C#
Oracle.
DB, Oracle, Python?
He's gone, he didn't say bye. Ty just left.
Oh. Bye, Ty, if you can hear us.
Python.
He doesn't even like
Thanks
us
for
anymore.
playing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Alright, let's do another one,
Tyler.
guys.
Thank you.
Now that he's gone. Let's go to prison.
Bye.
Alright, come on, guys. Prison time.
What about him? No.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, time for prison right here.
Have fun in prison, Koyo. I hope your
Yeah.
time goes by first.
Yes,
Come on.
sorry.
I shall follow, I shall visit you.
But it's time. We're all going to prison, you see?
all, including Qatar.
What the?
Oh.
What was, did you just
got
gang
lost.
sign at me? What was that? Hey,
Wait, how did you do that?
what are you doing?
that?
I hold
that?
right click.
What?
I like how slow they do it, like, oh, can't move my arm too fast or it will break.
Dude, I'm gonna pull a
It's
muscle.
already broken.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah,
Yo.
very neatly holding off like the fingers as well.
Hey, what
That's how I always
what
hold my
time is
finger
it?
when
Can you check the
It's
time for me?
midnight, man.
It's midnight for me.
Oh, let me check the time real.
Oh, yeah. Here, Koya, let's, how...
I'm
how do you
just
say it in English?
I'm checking the
My
time.
eyes,
Oh my god, you're also a blindfold man.
You look like you're holding your chin.
We do it. Oh God! Oh wow! That's crazy. Jesus Christ!
Wow, it's neck snapping. Neck snapping. This guy's made of plastic, I know. He is indeed made of plastic.
Well, it seems to be 1:15, and I'm all alone, and I need you now.
I need... What after one? I need you alone. What the web? Somehow they made the
checking out
model
that song
bending was.
lyrics.
I know. I agree with that.
This is crazy.
Yeah, truly is, man.
Alright, well, time for prison.
Alright. Anyway, GG, man. Thanks
Yeah.
for playing.
You have fun.
Time for prison.
Bye, Mr. Goyo.
Yep. Prison
Yeah,
time,
you
right,
have
guys?
fun.
Have fun in prison.
Right, guys? It's time for prison.
Yeah, for you.
Prison time, right?
Bye.
It's time for prison, right?
I quit
This-
Numbuck a long time ago. I'm
Yeah.
not returning to prison.
Time for time for
Bye.
prison right here. Yep, time for prison.
Good luck
Right.
to you.
Time for
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
This is how I know I'm a pro. Because I'm going to get this right here, and they're going to be so pissed off. Watch this. It's Moroi. Oh. Alright, so what we have concluded from today is that the game is spamming Obambo and Revenant. Incredible, truly. Well, GG's guys, thanks for playing. Thank you, Mr. Juvie, Miss Rose, Ty, thank you guys for gaming today. I lost all of my energy after I started drinking my second cup of coffee. I don't know why that happened. It keeps happening. They put something in the coffee. Did I get my drop? Tie ended at 83%. Now I need someone else playing Phasmo. Can I watch myself? You guys get your drops? I want my drops. Damn. It was the aspirin? Maybe. Yeah, the headache was kind of draining. But it did go away fast. For what it's worth. Alright. Phasmophobia, ladies and gents, is Jover. We will play it again next week if the event is actually for real happening. So, that's cool. That being said, though, tomorrow is Community Wednesday. Yes, we're doing Lethal Company, ladies and gents. The overall planned course of action is to start about like 30 minutes in the stream. What's up, Carlos, by the way? So, yes, we'll do like a 30-minute pause moment, then we'll get into the Community Wednesdays. I will be adding some mods. I will not be adding a lot of mods. The plan at the moment, as I boot up R2 Modman, the current plan is to add the bigger ship mod, which I'm going to do it right now, to be honest. I'm adding it right now because it just makes sense. Faster dropship I want to add, but it hasn't been updated in a long time, so kind of like 50-50. That being said, We will be adding Melody Malicious 2-story wider ship. It was updated. That one was updated. The wider ship mod was not updated, but I think it should be fine. With the recent stuff. We'll see. Juvie suggested something called like Orbiter or something, some enemy dude. We're gonna add the Orbiter. Observer. Which was updated, so we're gonna add that guy. And we're gonna add the cycle, the CYC thing for maps. Once I remember, cycle randomizer. It was not updated. Oh, God. We'll try it. But it looks cooked. It looks to be cooked. And then I'm going to disable these mods. Because, yes. And performance mods will be added. Nice! Sent DM earlier. Oh yeah, and sell my scrap, true. First of all, we're gonna add the sell my scrap, because I'm not dealing with it. But we also need the inventory. The storage. But I don't remember what it was called. Do we remember what that was called? Ship inventory? Is that literally just what it's called? Ship inventory updated. It hasn't been updated. I mean, it was in January. I'll just add it for now and we'll see. And last but not least... Wait, I had something in mind. Now I forget. Ship inventory. Sell my scrap. Wider ship. I'm gonna have to organize all this. I'll do that later. But... Well, today was fun. I mean, Phasmo was certainly scuffed. Let's not act like it was a flawless experience. It was certainly a scuffed time, but it was fun for what it was. Damn, I had something in mind. Now I can't remember what it was. Okay. At this current moment, we have no jump delay, toggle mute, inventory slot number keys, which those will be disabled by default. You want those? HD Lethal Company is what I was thinking of. Which is, I think, HDLC patch. Was it updated? No, it wasn't. I'm going to download it, and I'm going to have it disabled. It's another one that's going to be like an option whether you want it or not. So we have more company, very late company, cycle randomizer, the wider ship mods, ship inventory, sell my scrap. I added doorless storage, and I added a scrap item called shopping cart. We'll see how those go. We'll see. And then observer. I think observer will be a good way to like balance out how far we get into the game. In my personal opinion, I want that. We'll try it out. That being said, gamers, GG's. I'm going to call it for today. I'll think of more mods, but I'm gonna do my assignments and stuff. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna lay down, I think. I'm freaking tired. Thanks for gaming. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Oh wait, I'm at 92% for the drop. I'm gonna farm my last percentages on my own stream. How shameless can I be? How shameless can I truly be for a t-shirt in a video game? Extremely. I'm gonna do it. I'm stalling it out. How long do I have to watch anyway? Watch for 2 hours. I'm at 92%. Really? I suppose I could just open another stream. I'm too tired. I don't know. I can't lock in today. I've been very tired lately. I mean, my room is boiling hot at this current time because it is boiling hot outside. So that could be, you know, one of the reasons, but... Big weather changes. Yesterday was cold. Unironically, it was like a colder day, and then all of a sudden today just struck like high temps. I don't know what's going on. Don't know what's going on. Alright, gamers. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. Big GG's from me. I'm gonna go chill out. I'm gonna go do my thing. Go scatter. I don't really have a target today. I don't really have a target. Wait, is Leaf and Boshi stream? Are they playing together? It says Bun and Leaf. They are? Okay, I'm just sending you guys over there then. Why not? Go say what's up. Alright, gamers. Big GG's from me. Have a good one. Go say what's good to Boshi. One day I'll think of like an actual raid message. I don't really have one. Just say what's good. Be like, yo. Just say yo. Alright, geez. Thanks for hanging out. I'm out. I'm gonna go get food. Oh wait, I can finally do the thing. I can do the outro sequence thing. I have to boot it up though. God damn it, I didn't boot it up. We can see how it looks, because I didn't even test it. It might look stupid. It probably does. Let's see how this looks. Alright. I'm out. GG's. Funny thing is, it's just not even working. It's just a dark screen. Okay, I'm out.